Please welcome to the stage Shannon Cohn from Below the Belt.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to adjust this for my... All right. Thank you so much for being here today for this absolutely vital conversation that we're going to have over the next hour plus a few minutes. My name is Shannon Cohn, and I'll be the moderator. And a bit about me, I am a documentary filmmaker, a lawyer, and a social impact producer. And I'm here today because, like our panelists, and I'm betting many of you, I'm excited by the infinite possibilities when diverse voices with unique perspectives and hard-earned wisdom have a place at the table where solutions are being created. That's when I feel like the universe sparks, and we all feel it. It's like this intangible feeling. We feel the universe supporting our missions, and we can tap into something truly change-making. My particular passion lies in utilizing story and its capacity to create empathy and propel action to tackle widespread systemic issues, something that we're doing with my current film, Below the Belt, which happens to be executive produced by Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, Senator Orrin Hatch, Rosario Dawson, and a few more. Below the Belt shines a light on women's health inequities through the lens of endometriosis. And over the past several months, we've really tackled a lot of the issues in a practical way. And some of those things, or some of the ways that we've done that is we've hosted public screenings across 6 continents with strategic partners like the World Economic Forum and the UNFPA. We've screened at dozens of medical schools around the world. And at the NIH's 27 institutes for over 20,000 employees. And miracle of miracles, we had a bipartisan event on Capitol Hill co-hosted by Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator Mitt Romney on women's health for members of Congress, which is pretty exciting. And that screening led directly to the introduction a couple of months ago of a bipartisan Endometriosis Care Act calling for $250 million in increased research funding for the condition. So really looking at, thank you, yes. But really looking at practical solutions to these large-scale problems that seem insurmountable. But with the right partners, solutions, they kind of appear, and that's pretty magical. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. And we'll get started. So the first panel is, I guess I'll get started with this trio of esteemed panelists that are going to delve into both research and innovation in relation to climate and health. First, Dr. Githinji Gitahi, the CEO of AMREF Health Africa. Gabrielle Fitzgerald, founder and CEO of the Panorama Group. Come on up when I call you. Yes, you have to come up here. And Dr. Rupa Basu, an environmental epidemiologist and climate research scientist. Thank you. It is a bright light. Thank you all for being here today. So Dr. Basu, I'm going to jump in directly with you, if you'll allow me. So your 14 plus years worth of research on this topic is incredible. In 2020 alone, you co-authored a review of 57 studies that found a significant association between air pollution and heat exposure with preterm birth and low birth weight. Can you tell us the top 3 highlights that why both the climate and reproductive health communities should be speaking to one another now more than ever?
Sure. Thanks so much for that question. And first, I'd like to thank the Clinton Foundation for the invitation to be here today. Really happy to be part of this very important and timely discussion. So the 3 highlights, if I had to think of 3 top ones, it would be consistency. So when we first published a study, there's a lot of skepticism. This is just one study. Now we've got 68 studies, 57 air pollution and 10 on heat, and found a consistent association between air pollution, namely fine particulate matter and ozone, and heat, and then adverse birth outcomes. And the adverse birth outcomes that were included were preterm delivery, low birth weight, and stillbirth. The second point, I think that was quite kind of expected but alarming to see the level of disparity. The disparity by race, ethnicity was also consistent, and some of these, for some of these health outcomes, it's getting worse. Even with more information and more studies, this is something that needs to clearly be addressed. The third thing I think is really important is that prior to this 2020 JAMA article, we had published all of our studies in environmental health or epidemiologic journals. I'm an epidemiologist, so that seemed to be the best fit. But this one was different in that my co-authors decided to publish this in JAMA, which opened this up to the medical community. It's really important to kind of bridge that gap, go across sectors, not just keep it in the scientific research audience, because we already know this is happening, and it's so important to kind of go past that. Because of this article, for the first time, they had a session on climate and pregnancy outcomes at the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists conference. So this is just one of the things that has happened as a result. So I think that's it.
That's incredible, thank you. And now there's a question for each of you. Gabrielle, I'll let you start. So as you know, we're at a critical moment when the world is somewhat paying attention to this intersection of climate change and health. But there are some gaps that we'd like to fill. So in your opinion, what has been informative so far, and how can we improve data collection and analysis at the local, national, and global levels to better understand the climate health nexus?
Thanks for the question. And let me just start with a bit of context, and also thanking CGI for putting this on the agenda. I've been working in global health for a very long time, at least 25 years, and it really wasn't until about 8 years ago that the words climate and health were mentioned in the same sentence. And even then, it was hard to convince a lot of people that conversation needed to be happening. So it's really great that I feel like this week at UNGA, at CGI, there is now a lot of conversation on it. So to what research and data needs to be conducted at this point, we just heard from Dr. Basu, there is a ton of evidence already in place. And then still staying at sort of the macro level, if you just look at the stats on the natural disasters that are happening, 38 last year in the US alone, that cost over $1 billion. So we know from Dr. Basu the enormous impact that climate change is having on maternal and child health issues. We know from the data that these instances are happening more and more frequently. So I guess that my first answer is, I don't think we need that much more data. We know that the problem is here. Having said that, my organization, Panorama, is funding and partnering with several others to put together some data. We're working with a group called Y Labs that's currently putting together quantitative data to understand the impact on climate on sexual and reproductive health. And we're also working with a group in Tanzania called CAN Tanzania that's looking at the impact on coastal regions. And the impacts are not only of the type that we just discussed that are directing your health, but there's also a massive issue on access to health care, access to reproductive health supplies. If roads are washed out, if you're displaced from your home, you're not going to be able to get to the clinic to get what you need. So that's kind of I'll stop there, but there's a lot to say.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Gatahi, could you add to that?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me here. I think I'll take a low-income country kind of approach to this question. The first thing I want to say is that health is the human face of climate change, and women are the face of health. So women are actually the human face of climate crisis. And using that framing, I would just say that the question around data, and I would follow exactly what you said, is that actually data is available. It's just not published. I think we have to make a distinction between that data relevance and the importance of data that is local, that's lived experiences. And I don't think we have a lot of that. We kind of tend to reflect on data as more what is published in peer-reviewed journals, and with a lot of respect for the researchers. For us, when we are working down there, you'll actually have data that is qualitative, community stories that tell you exactly what women are going through. And what we know from that qualitative data, even as we wait for quantitative data peer-reviewed and published, is that we know that the climate crisis is coming with new challenges, but mainly exacerbating existing vulnerabilities. Those existing vulnerabilities, from where I come from, we know that 70%, for example, of all maternal deaths are in sub-Saharan Africa, 7 out of 10. We know that a woman who's pregnant, her risk of death is 1 in 40 in sub-Saharan Africa. Compare that to about 1 in 11,000 in Europe. Now, that is coupled up with many other challenges of absence of water, absence of sanitation, energy poverty, gender norms, patriarchal societies. So when climate crisis is exacerbating these threats, it just makes the outcomes for women and young girls just worse. We see, for example, that the data we have is that gender-based violence is increasing. Why is it increasing? It is increasing because women have to travel further to look for water. Whereas they know they travel maybe 4 kilometers, now they're traveling further. What that means is that they are more exposed to gender-based violence, rape, and other things on the way by strangers, but also intimate violence when they get back home because they delayed house chores because of the gender norms that are there. We know that this is making it worse for girls and the risk of female genital mutilation. We know it's making it worse on early and forced child marriage. So climate crisis, we have the qualitative data, and I think what we need to do is to say, how do we capture these stories of individuals, even as we get global data on the number of women who maternal deaths related to climate crisis? We need to capture that data. And finally is to say that for us to do that, there needs to be investments in research. Right now, most of the investments in research for climate change and health are focused in the global north, and they are largely looking at heat stress, those things that, that would largely be on the global north side. When you come to the global south, there is heat stress, yes, but the vulnerabilities that exist are far much worse the impact of heat stress. So those things need to be studied. There need to be a shift of the research money to where the vulnerabilities are. But remember that we have a lot of qualitative community data that also needs to determine our actions.
Thank you. Dr. Wasu, I'm going to ask you a follow-up to that is an extension of this statement. So how can now, let's look forward, how can reproductive health, how can women's health be better integrated into climate action plans? And how can climate policies be more responsive to the health needs of girls and women?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's so important, as Dr. Gitahi mentioned, it's so important to look at this as a global issue. I'm more familiar with the US and American studies, particularly in California. And it's really time to take action. There's been so much research already on this, and I hear talk about identifying vulnerable subgroups, and I think we've identified a lot of vulnerable subgroups, and now it's time to take action and actually do something to prevent a lot of these adverse birth outcomes. So we know that they're preventable, that it's a known fact, it's just that we haven't really gotten there yet. So the first thing that we need to do, and I just mentioned this at the roundtable, so I see a couple familiar faces, and I think it's okay to repeat it because it's important, is that we need to think about local community levels and interventions and what we can do, and not to think about what will work in one area as a one-size-fits-all. Each area might be different just based on the populations, what is feasible, what resources that area has. A lot of the work that I've done previously has really focused on population-based large-scale studies, which I think are great for hypothesis generating. We didn't even know just 15 years ago that there was really a strong association between heat and adverse birth outcomes, for example. So of course we need to do these studies, but we need to, instead of repeating research, take action and really learn from these studies. Some of the things that can be done are just common sense, but the first thing that we need to think about is that when we're looking at heat advisories, pregnant people are often not even included. So if they're not included, they don't know that they're at high risk. When you don't know that you're at high risk, you don't take any precautions. I can think of my own pregnancies, and I thought, wow, I'm really not able to control or regulate my body temperature. Thought it was just me, and this is how I got the idea to do this research. And I realized that, well, we have now, thousands of cases where this is occurring. This is not just an individual phenomenon anymore, and we need to do something about this. It's completely, largely preventable.
Thank you. And Gabrielle, I would love to hear your perspective on how we can better integrate, health into climate action policies.
Yeah, well, first of all, just starting with this statistic, that of the $70 billion that's been committed to climate financing, only less than 2% of it is committed to health. So that means significantly less than that is going to women's health, reproductive health issues. So there's an available pot of money that needs to be utilized. That's one thing. Secondly, women need to be at the table for the development of climate action plans. And I mentioned earlier our partner Y Labs, they did an analysis of 58 countries' national adaptation plans and found exactly 0 included all aspects of sexual and reproductive health in their action plans. So there's a lot of just baseline work to do. And I think I will just mention, beyond just specific reproductive health issues, we need to be thinking about the broad spectrum of health issues. Climate change is leading to an increase in malaria, which is pregnant women are particularly vulnerable for. There's an increase in dengue, and so where we've had a challenge of getting vaccines and medicines distributed before, it's exacerbated by both the number of people that need them are increasing and the potential challenges of access are increasing. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Dr. Gatahi.
So in addition to what my colleagues have said, I think we just need to be human. We need to wear a human heart. I think the climate crisis has been complicated and become a very technical issue. And I think the more we wear a human heart and we actually say we want visibility of the individuals who are vulnerable, that visibility means that we need to make this community-led and people-centric. And therefore, we must actually think about those vulnerabilities. I think right now, we have attempted to make, as AMREF, we worked with African ministries of health and COP29 and others to try and make sure that we add the human face to the conversation. And how did we do that? We tried to get ministries of health to get on the table for COP. And you'll be surprised, Shannon, that the first time we tried this in Egypt, COP28, we tried to get ministers of health to the COP. And all of us told them, our presidents cannot give us permission to travel. That's not a health conference. That's a climate and energy conference. And you can imagine the impact of all these changes is actually human life. But the ministries of health that are actually in charge of making sure you have policies that are reflective of the issues we are talking about here are not on the table there. But we made progress. When we went to Dubai for the COP29, we had more than 100 ministers of health. We had mobilized an Africa common position on climate change and health, and we took it there. And actually the COP28 did a health declaration and a health day. And we are hoping that when we go to Azerbaijan, this is going to be taken forward. So we need to add a human heart to the climate side because it's truly the human face. But most importantly is that we must then start to look to make visible the individuals themselves, even as we collect data. We must make sure that these individuals appear in the nationally determined contributions that countries are doing, because that's national policy. This is what we will do about the climate crisis. If what we will do does not include health of mothers and young people and young girls, then what are we doing exactly if we are discussing, if Africa contributes less than 3% of global emissions, for example, and most of the NDCs are talking about renewable energy, they're talking about how they're going to plant more trees, they're talking about reduction of, those are extremely important, but they must add the more important layer of what are we doing about the current crisis of exacerbating vulnerabilities that our people are facing that do not have a 96% discount because our contribution is only 4%. If that human side is left out of the NDCs, then the NDCs are not reflective of the communities for whom they're being prepared. So this is really what we need to focus on.
Thank you so much. So we have just a few minutes left, and I know it goes so quickly. In a few words, you have this captive audience. I'd like for each of you, starting with you, Dr. Basu, to tell them why they should care about this beyond the obvious, but why they should care about it, and share one practical thing that each person in this room can do today.
Okay. I think we've come a long way in terms of research. I started this research over 20 years ago, and I think that we started to think of heat being related to people over 65, maybe those with cardiovascular respiratory diseases, and then we kind of worked our way to other vulnerable subgroups, and it didn't come until recently, I said just less than 15 years ago, that we thought about pregnancies as being adverse birth outcomes as being a high-risk group. I think that's so important because now we have so much data. I've said this before, we have so much data, but why does it take so long to implement policy? Yes, there are some policies starting. California has SB 65, which is our momnibus for pregnancy specifically, and trying to address the disparities that I was talking about. So that is really important. But I do think that this conversation about women and children being affected by climate is so important. We're often the last to get studied and need the most data to support relationships. And I don't understand that, because when you're talking about vulnerability, you can't get more vulnerable than people who are pregnant. So I think this is one thing that we really need to think about. In terms of an action point, again, I think we know about this in the scientific community, we know about this in the medical community, to get this message out there, because I think the first thing is public health messaging and health education before we can even take any kind of action. So thank you.
So I would say the reason you should care is just completely selfish. This is going to impact all of you. And if you're not a woman, your wives, your mothers, your daughters. So I live in Seattle. When I moved there, it's still a great place to live, but we didn't have forest fires every summer. And now we have forest fires and have to totally change our behavior for about a month of the year to respond to the make sure we're not inhaling smoke. So I would say this is one issue that is not far away. It is something that is coming very soon to a community near you. And in terms of something practical you can do, because of what I just said, climate and the impacts of climate on health and women's health in particular really needs to be integrated into whatever issue you're passionate about. It can't really be disaggregated at this point. It is central to all the things that we collectively care about.
Yeah, and what I would say is that this is probably the single biggest threat to our health, to the health of the world and the populations of the world. So we must, as we say, it's selfish. It's actually about us. It's also a rights issue. A rights issue. I don't know how many of you have read the document from the Summit of the Future. It could not complete sexual reproductive health and rights. It says sexual reproductive health. So it's a rights issue for the people we're talking about. So we must care about it because it's a rights issue. And what can you do? Support solutions by local communities. We must always remember that in the midst of all these global conversations, when there's a climate crisis in a small village in Malawi, the communities themselves have solutions for that day and tomorrow. They go out and save the pregnant mother. They move them to safe houses. They actually do something. Let us actually support and advocate for support of local community solutions, because where resilience, that's where resilience belongs. And as I close, I'll just say, recently we worked with technology companies and developed a tool for tracking girls in crisis, meaning that you know when the girls are in crisis, and these are girls and young women, and if there's a crisis, you'll call them a mobile phone that's owned by a community health worker, and that community health worker can check on them every 3 months, and they can say, where are they? If there was a water scarcity problem, and maybe they had GBV, where are they over time? And therefore you can actually create interventions by creating visibility for those who are most vulnerable. So support local solutions. It's a rights issue, and it's about you and I.
Thank you. And on that note, yes, please thank our panelists. And thank you. And I don't actually need 3 mics. Now we're going to hear from some of our commitment makers. This is my favorite part. I love hearing about these incredible, inspiring people. And we have several very powerful examples of how our partnerships are working on a practical level. CGI commitments to action are specific, measurable plans for addressing global challenges. And just a little bit of background, each commitment to action typically includes 4 things: a clear objective, so a well-defined problem or challenge to be addressed, measurable impact, so that's concrete goals and a timeline for achieving them, partnerships, collaboration between multiple organizations or sectors, funding and resources, something we all know a little bit about, a plan for securing necessary financial and human resources. So let's hear from one of our incredible CTA makers. First, please welcome Christine Squires. She is President and CEO of AmeriCares Foundation.
Thank you. Again, hello, I'm Christine Squires. I'm the CEO of AmeriCares. At AmeriCares, we help communities prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies to protect health. And one of the biggest emergencies of our time is the climate crisis. 2 years ago, AmeriCares and Harvard Chan Sea Change made a CGI commitment together to expand and adapt our U.S. climate resilience toolkit to 3 to 5 additional countries. This climate toolkit is the first of its kind, and what it does, it includes guidance and emergency planning to help clinics reach communities in times of disaster like hurricanes, flooding, wildfires, and extreme heat. So today, I'm here to share and proud to share that it's working. We've made considerable progress thanks to the generous support of our partner, Johnson & Johnson. We're now expanding this U.S. climate toolkit across the globe, and we're kicking it off in the Philippines. We've been rolling up our sleeves and getting to work with local healthcare providers, academic experts, and the Department of Health, so we can make sure we adapt this to the Filipino context, taking in the unique challenges and opportunities there. Our climate toolkit also includes guidance for pregnant people who, as you just heard, are often most at risk. We know extreme heat is linked to preterm births and low birth weight and other pregnancy complications. So with that, I'm very excited to announce that our climate toolkit will be ready to pilot by May 2025 in the Philippines, just in time for their peak heat season. In fact, I was just in the Philippines this past May, where a dangerous heat wave shut down schools. It was over 114 degrees Fahrenheit. Now imagine how oppressive that would feel to an expectant mother who's eating for two, who's carrying the weight of two, and who's trying to cool for two. We know our approach works. We know that healthcare providers find this resource incredibly helpful, and we also know that it's in high demand. So I'm going to share some of that with you. We've shared this kit with 1,000 partner clinics across the US, and the tip guides and resource guides have been downloaded 20,000 times. So with additional funding partners, we're looking to expand this to additional countries, starting with Puerto Rico, Colombia, Tanzania, and India. At AmeriCares, one of our core values is partnership, because we know we cannot do this work alone. It takes all of us. So today, we need your partnership to accelerate something we know is working, and we know that it's needed. So today, I ask you, all potential partners, to please join us in this commitment to health and building climate resilience, because I know together we can make a difference. So let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Now please welcome Dr. Carol Sakimpi. She is Senior Director for Africa at MSI Reproductive Choices, and Sharon Young, Director of Partnerships at Blue Ventures.
For women living in the communities at the front line of the climate crisis, the link between climate justice and reproductive rights could not be clearer. Climate change is not a distant threat. It is their daily reality.
When drought hits, women and girls need to walk further to find water. When harvest fails, they struggle to feed their children. When their homes, damaged by flooding, becomes unlivable, they and their families are displaced. In coastal communities, women and girls are threatened every year by the climate crisis. Overfishing and habitat degradation are collapsing fisheries, placing these communities at risk of food scarcity and lost livelihoods.
Extreme temperatures and weather events also affect access to health care, including health systems infrastructure and supplies, and contribute to poor maternal health outcomes. When roads are flooded, health posts are damaged, and commodities cannot be transported, access to care is significantly impacted. 1.4 million women are at risk of losing access to contraception over the next decade due to climate-related disruptions. This could cause an additional 6.2 million unintended pregnancies, 2.1 million unsafe abortions, and 5,800 pregnancy-related deaths.
In climate-affected coastal communities, the choice to access contraception can be the difference between life and death, and giving a woman back her agency when everything else has been taken away from her. Restoring marine ecosystems and fisheries will no doubt help these women to live a better life.
Good afternoon. I am Carol Sakimpi, Senior Africa Director for MSI Reproductive Choices, a global leader in the provision of abortion and contraception working across 36 countries.
And I am Sharon Young, Chief Partnership Officer at Blue Ventures Conservation. And today, we are thrilled to be announcing our Clinton Global Initiative Commitment to Action.
MSI and Blue Ventures have been working together in Madagascar for 17 years. We have one of the longest running, most successful integrated health and environment programs in the world. Now, we have identified coastal communities in Senegal, Tanzania, and Kenya that need support to adapt and build resilience in the face of the climate crisis.
We have committed to raising $15 million to expand our programs in 3 communities in these regions. And we would like for you to join us Together, we will expand access to our comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care alongside our community-based fisheries management and marine conservation initiatives to strengthen community resilience.
We hope you will join us. Together, we can support communities to take back control for the health and the future of the people and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I'd like to now introduce Blandine Umuzinraninji, who was part of the CGI Greenhouse cohort. And a few words about it, if you're not familiar with it. CGI Greenhouse supports entrepreneurs from growth stage social impact companies from across the globe, working to accelerate and scale their innovative technologies and business models that aim to solve critical global challenges. Enterprises recognized by CGI Greenhouse are examples of what's working around the world to build a more equitable and resilient future for all. Blandine?
Hello, everyone. When you hear Cosmotive, think about a solution that's working to promote menstrual freedom for girls and women in Africa. My name is Blandine Umuzinraninji. I'm the founder and CEO of Cosmotive, a social enterprise that I founded in 2014 to improve reproductive, maternal, and child health in Rwanda and throughout Africa. Our goals include the provision of access to menstrual, maternal, and child health information and self-care products, as well as sensitizing about breaking the stigma around menstruation to ensure that no one is held back because they menstruate. Through Cosmos Magazine, Cosmo Health app and helpline, empowering parents and girls through Cosmo Wearables, which are collections of maternity and nursing wear that we make for empowering parents and enabling breastfeeding, as well as manufacturing and distributing Cosmo pads, which are usable sanitary pads that we make for investing in girls' education, women's health, and the planet, one pad at a time. Cosmotive promotes feminine freedom despite the flaw. We strive to end period poverty since about 2 million girls and women in Rwanda miss school or work because they can't afford to buy menstrual products. This amounts to a potential GDP loss of $215 per woman every year in our country. This same issue of period poverty affects 1 out of 4 girls and women in sub-Saharan Africa, or 128 million girls who miss school each year due to period poverty. Even those who can access period products only have access to poor quality pads that are bad for the environment, because 1 disposable pad is polluting the planet as much as 4 plastic bags. We manufacture Cosmo pads, which are eco-friendly, cost-effective, usable sanitary pads that last for 2 years to provide underprivileged girls the ability to stay in school the whole year without missing classes during their periods, and for saving the planet from the effects of disposable pads as we improve women's health, and for young women and girls working in our factory to not only discuss their challenges about menstruation, but also learn how to be part of the solution. As girls and women break the silence about menstruation and benefit financially from making and selling pads, they come to see their periods as a source of pride and power. Since 2022, we've gone from reaching 50,000 girls to reaching 300,000 girls with our Cosmo Pads Dignity Kit, which prevented the use of 150 million disposable pads, which is equivalent to the pollution from 600 million plastic bags, or 3,600 tons of plastic. We still need to make 10 times our current impact to close the gap of period poverty in Rwanda, and about 100 times to make it across Africa. The more you join us in investing in girls' education, women's health, and the planet, the sooner we can close this gap together, one part at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Blandine. Now we're going to move on to our second panel of the session, which will explore the funding and partnership models that support efforts to mitigate climate change and health. I'm going to call these esteemed panelists up to the stage. First, we have Dr. Carly Silver. She's the CEO of Grand Challenges. Jeff Jacobs is the Director of Product Innovation and Market Access at Merck. And Dr. Pei Yao Chen, President and CEO of the Global Fund for Women. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're going to jump right in. So this is a question for all of you, actually. And so as we heard in our first panel, the intersection between climate change and reproductive health is gaining attention. But still, communication and collaboration between the two fields is still evolving, and a lot of times they operate in siloed efforts. So whereas climate change has been a major focus for global financing, especially through multilateral and philanthropic sources, most of this funding has traditionally gone toward mitigation, like reducing carbon emissions. And reproductive health has historically been funded through global health initiatives, development, philanthropy, often with a focus on family planning, maternal health, and gender equality. So, understanding this is the landscape we're dealing with today, what's working with the current funding models we have now, and what funding models do we need to bridge that gap? So you're sitting closest to me, Dr. Chen, so let's start with you.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here. So I think one key factor contributing to the siloed funding model between climate change and reproductive health is the lack of gender analysis to address the impact of climate change. And we heard from the last panel that about vulnerabilities. And historically, women and girls have experienced systemic inequalities that are rooted in legal systems and social norms that assign them to distinct roles in their communities around the world. And these existing inequalities make them particularly vulnerable to climate risks. One critical effect of this risk is their ability to fully exercise their sexual and reproductive health rights, which is the freedom to decide what's best for her bodies. And we heard about examples when during natural disasters such as flood, storms, and heat waves or hurricanes, the healthcare system and transportation is usually not working, and that women and girls lose it really makes it difficult for women and girls to access clinics, hospitals that provide family planning services, abortion services, and really life-saving care during pregnancy and during childbirth. One more example would be the climate change really displaced millions of people per year, and forcing women and girls to live in temporary or informal settlements. And these conditions usually lack adequate services to meet their reproductive needs. I think it's also important to recognize that women, girls, and marginalized communities are not just victims of climate change. Many of them are leading and creating solutions in their community to address climate change issues. And their approach focuses on individuals and communities in a holistic way, because people do not experience climate change or reproductive health issues in isolation. And their approach have the potential to catalyze transformative change, but they remain unrecognized, undervalued, and under-resourced. So I think we need a funding model that really recognizes their contribution and their leadership, and providing more support to the community level, to the grassroots level.
Thank you. Jeff?
So as a representative of the private sector, I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. So this question for me really speaks to the need for funders and governments to truly prioritize products that have a dual purpose of addressing health as well as adapting to climate change. Our shared challenge is to make this data that we've been talking about, that climate does impact health, really a priority and seeing it actionable on the ground. And that means healthcare system changes for the patient as well as for products that serve those patients. And for me, what is needed is really that vision. Yes, funding is always needed, but really that vision of making that interconnection. There are products today that are heat stable, heat resilient, that have shown themselves to be just as effective as current products that can support those climate resiliency needs that still are not being uptaken like they could be. And that just, I guess, speaks a little bit to that real, true prioritization. You know, my organization, Merck for Mothers, has supported one of those heat-stable products, no commercial interest at all in the product. We've been supporting it for a long time to make it available. We've done lots of work to make it available, affordable, etc. The manufacturer has agreed to that, and still we're somewhat challenged on moving it forward. Nevertheless, there are some funding models, so ours in partnership with the World Health Organization to advance this product. The UNITAID and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are now taking on some of that work to advance it. I guess what I would say is, you know, somebody like the Global Fund, who's at that intersection of maternal health, reproductive health, and traditional finance, I do believe could do more in the space. But at the end of the day, you know, when we think about investments in health and health systems, we need to come together with how do we improve health outcomes, how do we think about climate resiliency, and of course, how do we think about health equity?
Thank you. Dr. Silver?
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. So I'll kind of add my voice into here as an innovation funder. And one of the key lenses that Grand Challenges Canada was founded on, one of the beliefs, is that to find innovation that's going to be scalable, sustainable, and impactful in the long term to some of these biggest challenges, we need to fund local innovators. So we've done that for almost 15 years now. Our pipeline is about 2/3 from innovators in low and middle income countries. And I think that's a thing we need to back into even more in this concept of climate and health. We heard in the previous panel about how much climate is a localized, the climate change phenomenons are very localized. And we saw this with a call that we put out a couple of years ago, got over 800 applications from 80 different countries. And it was really interesting to see the trends where South Asia might be more talking about the flooding that they see and what responses you would do around that. West Africa was more around infectious disease spread. East Africa was more around the food insecurity. And so our likelihood of finding global solutions is very low. So I think maybe except for yours, I would say. There's always exceptions to the rule, but I think being able to back local is really important. And our belief is now backed by data. We've done an analysis on our pipeline and things that we've supported to transition to scale. And we find that things that are locally led are more likely to be scalable and sustainable. So we're following the impact, and I would say fund more local. So,
thank you. Which is a perfect segue into my next question. Basically, what are some of the innovative projects or solutions that your organization is doing now, and maybe share some of the challenges, the practical challenges you may be encountering?
I'm excited to share some examples. So Global Fund for Women has been supporting grassroots women-led organizations and movements to tackle the impact of climate change. And one example is in the Pacific, our partner, the Pacific Island Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice is developing women-led disaster response systems, really prioritizing local knowledge and resilience. So they train women to lead early warning systems and disaster preparedness, and really ensuring that community voices are at the forefront of disaster response. In Uganda, our partner, Girls for Climate Action, they are empowering young women to be, through activism and education, linking climate change, climate justice, and reproductive health rights. So they are working with communities to develop community-led solutions that meet the specific needs of their communities. Some examples would be they use local materials to create energy-saving stoves. They use traditional knowledge to build bio-intensive gardens using organic pesticides and fertilizers. So these are just some examples of local innovation. And it's really important that funding reach these type of grassroots organizations. They have the solution, they know what to do, they know how to create change. What they need is resources and to do what they know what best to do.
Thank you.
So my team at Merck for Mothers has been providing long-term catalytic funding toward the adoption and scaling of a medicine to prevent the #1 cause, the direct cause of maternal death, postpartum hemorrhage, or bleeding after birth. The medicine is called carbetocin, that is now heat-stable version of carbetocin. And other large funders have now started to come in and take on the catalytic work that we've done, from evidence generation to supporting normative policy change to now adaptation and adoption at country level to further that advancement. Obviously, we need to think about, it's not just one medicine. One medicine enters into a healthcare system, and so how do we ensure that it's adopted safely, effectively, et cetera? But the medicine itself is heat resilient, which is clearly adapting to what we need here, health and climate change. And so we do think that it's a product that is warranted, WHO has adopted, and the UN Commission of Life-Saving Commissions has called for years ago because of an issue of quality. And when we think about equity, we want to make sure women get good quality care, and that includes the medicines that they have.
Thank you.
I love talking about solutions. I think especially in this climate and health space, like climate change is such a huge issue. The challenges still existing in health, such a huge issue. Put them together doesn't make the issue smaller. And I think I've heard a lot in the last few years about the problems around it. So I'm really excited when we get to talk about solutions. And most of the time, I think it's because there actually are ways forward here. And it's not that we are starting from scratch. There are things that people are already doing, as we've heard, that can be built on. There's also like really strong foundations out there that have been laid based on other technologies in the past. So when I think about some of the effects of climate change, it exists, and I think it was even referred to earlier today, that idea of disrupting how people would get to health facilities to seek care, that kind of in-person element of the healthcare system. COVID helped us already adapt. We've got a lot more digital tools that are online that can help us think about what decentralized healthcare systems look like, that end up being much more in people's hands or pockets or wherever they keep their phone. And this is true in many, many countries around the world. So I think this is a really strong foundation to go on. The second thing I would say is that, as we've heard, humans are adaptable people or creatures, and they're not waiting for a kind of a global agenda or even funders or anything to set an agenda in order to be acting and adapting in this way. We've funded over 1,500 innovations over the last 15 years, and guess what? Those problem solvers are still solving the problems that they're seeing in front of them. Many of those problems have links to climate change. So one of the first places we've gone is looking at our existing solutions and who's really building on that work in order to address the climate change problems. So two concrete ones that I'll give you that really talk about these decentralized healthcare systems that could be adapted. One is a Kenya-based company called Jacaranda Health. They've been developing and scaling an AI-based digital platform that prompts pregnant women to seek care at specific times when they have really high-risk symptoms, or to answer kind of basic questions. But they can triage which women are needing care, which women need more attention. It's been deployed to over 2 million people in 3 different countries already: Kenya, Eswatini, and Ghana. And this prompts, which is the platform, helps moms know when they need to actually seek care, and can connect them with that care. They're now actively layering on climate data, so weather data in localized areas, on top of the data that exists for the pregnant women. And so they're learning about how they can be actually sending out prompts so that women who are expectant, who are experiencing kind of the adverse events of heat and other climate-related disasters, can respond, can know that there are things they can do to lower their risk factors. So that's one. The second is more on the gender equality front. We've supported a fabulous enterprise called Sahat Kahani, led by 2 Pakistani women. Their real challenge, it's a telemedicine approach. So same idea, clients can phone in on the phone, get support to doctors. But the real thing that they're solving for is the health resourcing issue that many countries face. They tapped into a resource that currently sits at home in Pakistan. It's a whole cadre of women who go through medical school in order to get really good marriages, but then are expected to stay at home. They've just revamped what a doctor's kind of work environment could be. It could be that they're sitting at home doing this, and they've now deployed 7,500 lady doctors, they call them, into the Pakistan system. And this group of women are now serving the needs of clients in really hard to reach and displaced populations in Pakistan. So a couple things that can be adapted, and you could see real utility around the climate stuff. So
Incredible. Thank you. Dr. Chen, following that line of thinking, I would love to know, in your opinion, what do we need more of? Like, what do we need, resources for? What do we need to be funding and partnering on to find real solutions for girls and women?
We need more funding for grassroots organizations and movements who are leading the change in their communities. And in recent years, we have heard a lot of localization, excitement, and talks about the importance of localization. But to this day, only 0.2% of climate financing goes to women-led climate actions. So why the gap? Why the gap between the excitement and commitment and the reality? And I've heard several reasons, and they usually fall into these categories. The first one is, well, these organizations, their current budget is so small, they don't have the ability to absorb and manage larger gifts effectively. This is a myth that continue to perpetuate the under-resourcing of grassroots organizations. And in my organization, Global Fund for Women's almost 40 years grant-making history, we learn and distributing money to more than 5,000 organizations in 179 countries, we have learned that an organization's current budget size is not a reliable predictor to their ability to manage larger grants. It is their organizational leadership, their organizational culture, their connection to the communities and the broader movement that matter. The second reason I've often heard is that grassroots organizations and movements are risky. because they cannot meet the requirements of due diligence and risk assessment and capacity assessment. And I think when it comes to risk, funders and philanthropy often think about fiduciary and reputation risks. And this leads to really complicated application process, risk management process, and a capacity assessment that only large organizations with the staff and resources can navigate. So we need to broaden our concept, and we need to rethink the whole concept of risk. We need to consider risk for not providing timely response to community needs, the risk for implementing something that continue to create silos in the community, the risk for for investing in a solution that's not contributing to long-term sustainability and resilience of a community. And the third one, thank you. And the third reason, and this is the last reason, the third reason that I've heard a lot is grassroots effort cannot scale. Again, there's a really, in the context of climate change, the concept of scale is really related to quantity, that implement something that can reach many people really quickly. I think we need to move beyond this narrow focus on quantity, but really look at depth. So it's really about implementing, it's really about addressing multiple issues at once, from a holistic perspective, because this is people's lived realities. They don't live in siloed issues. It is about ensuring that the solution is being adopted and sustained through community participation, leadership, and collective ownership. And it's also about building collective power so that community members can transform the systemic inequalities that face women and girls in marginalized communities.
Thank you. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. All right, thank you very much. So we are now going to turn to the last part of the session, an exciting commitment to cut greenhouse gas emissions in hospitals and enhance healthcare climate resilience. And to share this commitment to protect people and planet, I would like to introduce Her Excellency Razan Al-Mubarak, the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28, leading the Race to Zero and Race to Resilient campaigns, and Diana Picon-Magnari, the International Climate Director of Healthcare Without Harm.
Oh, we're attached. We're attached. Okay, forever. Thank you very much, Shannon, and thank you to the Clinton Global Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the nexus between health and climate was strongly recognized by the parties at COP28. And this recognition would not have been possible without the incredible leadership of allies like Healthcare Without Harm. Alongside my co-champion and great friend, Nigar, from COP29, we are leading the Race to Zero campaign. The Race to Zero campaign is the world's largest campaign of real economy leaders taking action towards net zero to help halve emissions by 2030. And since its launch, I'm proud to say that the membership has doubled to 14,500 actors across 146 countries, including companies, financial institutions, cities, universities. And thanks to the commitment of Healthcare Without Harm, many of them are healthcare facilities.
Thank you, Razan. Healthcare Without Harm is an international NGO working at the intersection of climate change and health. The health sector is responsible for nearly 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. That is why We are collaborating with the World Health Organization to support 84 health ministries that have committed to low-carbon, climate-resilient healthcare. Healthcare Without Harm has also worked with Race to Zero to mobilize more than 70 non-state actors. These are healthcare institutions representing thousands of health facilities from around the world. These are leaders who are turning commitment into action. But while progress is happening, we need to move faster. We are announcing a Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action to first, double the number of healthcare institutions committed to net zero emissions through the Race to Zero.
Thank you, and we are so thrilled to see the commitment and leadership of Healthcare Without Harm and the institutions that you work with. At the same time, the World Health Facilities are on the front lines of the climate crisis. They also play a critical role to enhance resilience and provide equitable care to the communities that they serve. Under the Race to the Resilience campaign, we are working with many, many partners who are already taking action to enhance the resilience of 2 billion people across 164 countries. I know that many of the institutions that you are working with are also enhancing the adaptation and resilience of the people that they serve. And that is why today I would like to invite Healthcare Without Harm to also work with us under the Race to Resilience campaign to recognize and strengthen the contribution of all your members to enhance resilience.
We are so honored to work in collaboration with you and the Race to Resilience as well. Indeed, the second part of our commitment today, with your help, is to build healthcare climate resilience to safeguard the health of over 100 million patients served by our members. This means enhancing the ability of our hospital and health system members to adapt to the climate crisis while embracing climate mitigation and sustainability.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the high-level champion for COP28, I know inextricably and authentically that the health of people and the health of our planet are inextricably linked. Today's commitment is about protecting our hospitals. Today's commitment is about protecting our doctors. Today's commitment is about protecting our nurses and families. Our commitment will require dedication. Our commitment will require collaboration and resourcing. And we invite all of you to support Healthcare Without Harm in mobilizing climate action through our Race to Zero and Race to Resilience campaign. Please do help us achieve this incredible vision of healthy people on a healthy planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All the papers.
Thank you both. It's so exciting. So this concludes our session. Thank you to our esteemed panelists and our change makers for sharing their time, their work, and their wisdom, and to all of you for being here. Our next session will start in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Secretary Jennifer Granholm of the U.S. Department of Energy. you doing? So the Clinton Global Initiative is all about solutions, and I want to tell you about one that's working. But sometimes when you're in the middle of history, it's hard to tell because you're in the middle of it. So I want to share with you why this chapter is going to be written when they think about America's clean energy, the climate fight, how America made a breakthrough. I know this is a global audience, so forgive me if I'm America-centric, talking about what we're doing here in the US. But when the president and the vice president came into office, they set forth a big, hairy, audacious goal. The goal of getting to net zero by 2050 and 100% clean electricity on our electric grid by 2035. And I want to tell you the progress that has been made since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. You ready? Yes, you are. So since the passage of those laws, 2 years ago, we have seen in America $500 billion worth of investment in the clean energy sector. That is more than we have seen in investment in one sector ever in that short amount of time. And that's so far. In fact, that amount is $1 of public money paired with $6 of private money. We say that this transition that's happening is government-enabled, but private sector-led. And why has all that been occurring? It's because the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law made it irresistible to invest in America. What has that resulted in? Now, I speak to you as the former governor of Michigan. I was the governor. Yes, I was, cheap trick, who's from Michigan? So I was the governor during a time when the auto industry was in bankruptcy, when we were seeing so many factories close, so much outsourcing, so much offshoring, and the federal government was not in the game. Although the Obama-Biden administration obviously helped to save the auto industry, but so much of manufacturing was leaving. And this president and vice president came in and said, we're going to save it. And as a result of these two laws, the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law, just in clean energy, we have seen over 800 factories so far open up across the country or announce that they are expanding. Over 800, that's 800 communities that may have been left behind. And the reason why this is important is because while there is now a factory announcement opening every 2 days, that sound you hear is another factory opening. While that's happening, where are those investments going? Those investments, 86% of them are going to counties that have below average weekly wages and have below average college graduation rates. Right? We are repairing the world through these laws. And the result of all of this is that we have seen an unprecedented investment in deploying clean energy. So this year in America, have any of you been to the Hoover Dam? Right? A few of you have. Huge, right? We will have added this year 30 Hoover Dams worth of clean energy to our electricity grid in America. That's huge. That is huge. Of that, that's actually 60 gigawatts of clean power. Of that, about 19 Hoover Dams worth of solar alone. And we'd be building those solar panels here in America. It is so amazing to be part of history in the making. Because in 26 years, on a beautiful September 24th, 2050, some of us may not be here, but some of y'all will. I intend to be here. But the question is, as we get to the other side of this transition, of the goal of getting to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, our children and our grandchildren will be looking back at us from the other side of this transition. And I know that they will be saying, here is where the breakthrough happened. Here is where history was made. I'm so proud to be writing that history alongside most of you. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Chelsea Clinton.
Thank you and good afternoon. I hope that my esteemed panelists will walk on stage while I introduce them. I'm really looking forward to this next conversation as we talk about the Aurora Prize, and so would like to formally invite to stage Armin Afayan, the CEO of the Aurora Humanitarian Initiative, and Dr. Iftikhar Mahmood, founder and president, Hope Foundation for Women and Children in Bangladesh. Thank you. Armin, I want to start with you. For people here who may not be familiar with the Aurora Prize, can you share a bit about kind of the broader foundation's work and how the prize is connected to that work?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you so much. It's an honor to be sharing the stage with you, Chelsea, and with Dr. Mahmood as well. And I want to congratulate you and welcome you to the selection committee of the Aurora Prize. It's an esteemed group. I have to say, usually our initiations are a little bit more low-key, but I like your style. So Aurora really started about 10 years ago. We were at the centennial of the Armenian genocide. My name's Armin. It's no secret. I'll be Armenian. And there were three founders that were contemplating what to do. For anyone with that kind of an unenviable inheritance legacy, it looms large, as intergenerational trauma tends to do. And so at the centennial, there were these three founders that came together. They were Dr. Vartan Gregorian, who stewarded such internationally known institutions as Brown University, the New York Public Library not far from here, and of course the Carnegie Corporation at the time of his passing a couple of years ago. Ruben Vardanyan, who is a prolific philanthropist in Armenia and entrepreneur, and Dr. Noubar Afayan, who's probably best known, he's a scientist entrepreneur for co-founding Moderna. I like to think he's best known for being my dad. And so they came together and they decided to repurpose the legacy of being a survivor. You don't get to choose that, but you do get to choose what you do with it. And they decided that gratitude in action would be their rallying cry. Aurora was founded on the principle of gratitude in action, the deep sense of gratitude that you feel when there is someone in history who has stepped in and enabled you to survive and even thrive. For my family, for me, that was 2 German soldiers who broke rank during the genocide, pulled my great-grandfather off of a train to the desert and certain death, and gave my family a second chance. And there have been some things of global consequence that have happened as a result of that. I grew up knowing deeply that sense of gratitude and really feeling, even if I didn't always act like it, that every day was a gift from those soldiers. Their descendants are somewhere out there. They probably have no idea what they did, but I do. And so that's what the Aurora Spirit is. The way that Aurora works is that every year a humanitarian, a grassroots humanitarian, receives $1 million. Some of that goes directly to them as an award, continue their work. Most of it, they actually reallocate. So it's a participatory grant. And that's founded on the premise that they are the best positioned to decide how that capital gets allocated locally. We are through and through a localization organization, and that's how the prize gets distributed. The other thing to know about Aurora is that we go through a rigorous selection process. This is how we take the onus on us. We don't bog down humanitarians in paperwork. We want them to be able to do what they do best. And I think the thing to take away from this is the human in humanitarian. That's what we're all about. I'm going to tell you a couple stories of humanitarians just to give you a flavor for that. Dr. Tom Katina is in the Nuba Mountains of Sudan. He's been there for almost 20 years. When everyone else pulled out, he stayed and he's built a teaching hospital. He was our 2017 laureate. He has a catchment area of 750,000 people in a region the size of Austria. Another, Sayeda Ghulam Fatima, was a 2016 finalist. She's liberated 80,000 bonded laborers in Pakistan. I will always remember as a finalist, in part because on March 16th, 2017, you might not remember this, but you had a Facebook post congratulating her because she was also a winner of the Clinton Global Prize. And about 5 minutes later, halfway around the world, a team of fledgling Aurora Initiative employees, my team included, absolutely lost it. We were so excited for that recognition for Sayeda. So thanks for seeing what we were doing so early on.
Well, to quote my mother, it certainly takes a village. I really, though, am so struck, by kind of the not only kind of purposeful gratitude and action at scale, but also with a generational perspective, right? Even in the examples that you just mentioned, kind of the building of a teaching hospital and the liberation of bonded laborers, not only in a way that will affect their own lives, but also the lives of their children, their grandchildren, and in generations to come. Dr. Mahmoud, I wonder if you too could share a little bit about kind of your origin story, kind of why you kind of are in the work that you're in, and kind of what you want our audience to know about the work of the Hope Foundation for Women and Children in Bangladesh.
It's a great honor to be here today, and thank you for asking. It's a special day for me. I think I was not prepared for this. There will be a surprise presence of our head of the state, our role model. Every Bangladeshi look up to him, Professor Muhammad Yunus, His Excellency. And so this is special, became a special day. I've been living in the US for quite some time now, over 30 years. And I'm from Bangladesh and Cox's Bazar, which is near the Myanmar border. When I was growing up, I saw the woman, the mother's health, women's health, and a lot of women would deliver the babies at home in the hands of traditional birth attendants. And as a result, there was a high maternal mortality and neonatal mortality. And when I was growing up and studying medicine, I have seen firsthand the suffering and the devastation. So I wanted to do something about it because these deaths, I think, was mostly preventable deaths with some early intervention, prenatal checkup, and all this. And so I thought that I was very motivated. I would do something, but I was not ready for it at that time. So after my graduation, I came to the US. I've been exposed to the US medicine. I was trained in Cornell and Brooklyn Hospital. And when I settled down a little bit in 1995, I started Hope Foundation for Women and Children of Bangladesh with a mission to reach the marginalized women and children started in my area and give them compassionate care and give them a chance. So I started very small. I started with one room and a part-time physician. I supported from here, and I focused on maternal health. The reason is that I felt all the time that if we can keep the mothers healthy, that the whole family will benefit from it, and the whole society will benefit from it. So that's how I started. Over the years, I've been able to build like a network of hospitals and clinics in southern part of Bangladesh, in Cox's Bazar area, and provided the needs, provided the care the community needed, like with the special, with the skilled birth attendants, emergency obstetric care, and community education. In 2017, our country faced a serious crisis, humanitarian crisis, when almost 800,000 Rohingya people came from Myanmar, fleeing violence and genocide. And they came to Cox's Bazar, where I've been working. My team has been working for a number of years already. We have built hospitals already. So when they came, and before anybody, thousands of people from all over the world, good people, volunteers, donors, went to Cox's Bazar, but it took a little bit of time. But we were there, understanding the dire situation. Our team immediately moved on, entire team immediately moved to the camp, and I started setting up health posts and clinics. Eventually, we built the largest field hospital, the Hope Field Hospital for Women, which became the beacon of hope for that Rohingya community, and especially that every Sikh woman that inside that camp that who other people are not able to manage, they would send to our hospital. It became a referral center. And the thing that helped us is the building the local capacity. So when I started the program, I realized that I didn't have the tools, I didn't have the human resources to provide that kind of service. So in 2012, we are one of the first in Bangladesh to start midwifery school. So we recruited women from the local community and the young women from the local community, the basic education. We gave them 3 years of diploma training, and which is already still continuing. And by the time the Rohingya crisis happened, we had almost 100 qualified midwives trained. So when that crisis happened, they went in the line of care, along with the Hope Foundation team. They have saved thousands of women's lives, because that time, that kind of help were not available at that. In a few weeks' time or few months' time, a lot of people went there, but the refugee community, most of the women and children, right? And they are very vulnerable. So this, along with the Hope Foundation, doctors and nurses and everybody else, and including myself, and the midwives, they saved thousands of lives, and we are very thankful to that. And that is what helped us to grow as an organization from that experience, grow and continue that work. And I'm happy to share that experience with this audience today.
And Dr. Mahu, do you have any sense, you just mentioned, the thousands of women from the Rohingya kind of refugee community that kind of your Hope Foundation community of midwives and nurses and doctors were able to support and help save their lives. Do you have any sense over the last, not quite 30 years, but from 1995 till today, how many women and children's lives you've impacted in Bangladesh?
Absolutely, because right now, as I said, I started with one room and one part-time doctor. Now we have an army of over 500 people who work with us. We serve 500,000 women and children every year. And over the last 25 years, obviously, millions. And not only that, with this midwifery program that we started, it has been a wonderful program. And because these women that joined this program, they are from rural communities and poor families. Now they're not only saving lives, they're supporting their own family, and they elevated their status in the community. They are very respectable profession. Now, all over Bangladesh, they know about midwives. And following that time, there are many other institutions started midwifery profession. And one of the things I would like to say also, that I don't know our audience about one condition that we specialize in Bangladesh is taking care of patients with obstetric fistula. It's very common in African areas and as well as in Bangladesh, but it was not very well known. But because of the midwifery program and our activities around it, now in Bangladesh, there is a great movement about how to take care of the women with obstetric fistula who suffer from years and years and years until they get a surgical care. At Hope Foundation, I'm happy to say that we build that capacity to train surgeons and who are able to take care of the obstetric fistula patients. And we have done over 1,000 cases for free with the funding from our donor organizations like Aurora Foundations, Fistula Foundations, and other donors that we have. So that woman got a chance. And many other programs we do, but we focus on women's health.
It's just extraordinary. Please give Dr. Mahmood a round of applause, because I think, sir, your story so exemplifies the ways in which we kind of fundamentally believe, because of a lot of data, that durable and sustainable generational change starts, right, with one person from a community starting with what they know And then that kind of, the light of that optimism and gratitude in action attracts others. And then you have true impact at extraordinary scale and readiness to respond in crises. And it's just incredibly, not only inspiring, but also instructive. I mean, I wonder, you know, in our last kind of couple minutes, if you could share, you know, since you've been on this journey now for a decade and you have, through the Aurora Humanitarian Initiative and the Aurora Prize, had the chance to meet many extraordinary people and to support their work through recognition and funding and connectivity, you know, including, of course, Dr. Mahmoud. Are you looking for different things today than when you began 10 years ago? Or are you still looking for the same qualities?
It's a great question. The fundamentals remain the same. So that founding story, the example I gave of my family story, that exists, you know, across the Armenian community, but across the world. And someone risking their own life to save others, to give others a chance, those are the people that we're looking for. Those are the people that we need to be there for. And so through that network that's built as a result of the prize selection process, those folks have impacted tens of millions of people around the world. Aurora directly has benefited 3.4 million people across 430 projects in 56 countries. But what I think is more extraordinary is the individual stories. And so that is, we look for a similar set of things. We make sure that we are cultivating representative stories from around the world. Small plug, the nominations process is open. If anyone has any extraordinary stories, please do nominate. But the core remains really the same.
So in our last few seconds, I would like to underscore what Armin said. Please do nominate extraordinary people that you may personally know or whose stories you may have heard for the Aurora Prize consideration. Please learn more about Dr. Mahmoud's work and ways in which perhaps you could continue to support kind of expanding their reach in Bangladesh, and also kind of how his model might apply to your own communities and kind of spheres of work and influence. And kind of ending again on the point of gratitude and gratitude in action, please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much.
We've come a long way since my friend Muhammad Yunus started the Grameen movement.
provided a pathway for millions of people living in poverty to turn their good ideas into hard work and better lives.
The Nobel Peace Prize laureate for 2006, Muhammad Yunus.
I believe that this honor that you give us will inspire many more bold initiatives around the world. When I started lending money, I was just trying to see if that makes sense to people. But it grew because time was right and people were desperate to do something for survival.
Bangladesh is under a nationwide curfew after a weekend of violent clashes.
You are seeing the courage of the people of Bangladesh who have decided they will not go down without a fight. We want justice!
My good friend Muhammad Yunus's creative, compassionate work has forged a roadmap for a brighter future.
Please welcome to the stage President Bill Clinton and His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Yunus, Honorable Chief Advisor of Bangladesh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will be brief because I am so honored and happy to have a friend of more than 40 years here. Few people on this planet have done as much to change the lives of ordinary people who would never have had access to credit, never have been able to start a business, never have been trusted, didn't have a profit and loss statement. Muhammad Yunus discovered early and perfected with the Grameen Bank and its many offshoots a way to build an economy from the bottom up. And a long time ago now, about 40 years ago, Hillary and I, who had gotten to meet him, figured out, raised the money, and put together a community development bank in Arkansas. And yesterday was the 30th anniversary of my signing the U.S. Community Development Financial Institution Act, which put hundreds of these banks in America. And I say that because we were minor parts of his legacy, because he helped people that nobody ever dreamed would be having their own businesses and being part of a global economy. And I went through the painful times of when they were trying to put him out of business at home. And I've seen all these things. And I want you to know that a lot of people have complained about me in my life, but the biggest compliment I ever got, according to Dr. Yunus, was when he got the Nobel Prize in 2006. He said, as the person handed him the prize, well, maybe Bill Clinton will stop calling me about this now. I haven't been right about everything in my life, but I was right about that. Please welcome the new leader, by popular demand of the youngest citizens of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus.
Thank you, Bill. It's a strange thing that I get a letter from United States coming from a governor of Arkansas. So you have to figure out where is Arkansas. He wants to meet me immediately. So I don't know how immediately that was. I said, next time I'm coming to United States for this visit, this program. So when I come, I'll definitely come and see you. He said, it's very urgent. I said, well, I'll see how quickly I can come. I couldn't come early. I came for the meeting. And that was the beginning of our contact. And he tried to understand, what is this Grameen Bank that people talk about? So I explained. And both he and Hillary sitting there in the hotel room where I was invited to talk. And after listening, we need it. He says, we need it. How quickly we can get it in Arkansas. So that was the beginning of the whole story. So I visited in the same trip, Arkansas. He organized everything to go look at. It's amazing scene that I've seen in the rural areas of Arkansas. People sitting around, shops closed down because the economy was in a total disaster. So the people who were accompanying me to show me around, can they do something? I said, of course, they are the one who will do something. They couldn't believe that these people can do something. So that was the beginning. Bill said, yes, we are going to do that. I explained how this works. And the Grameen program was set up. Hillary was put in charge. He was the governor and want to get it done. And this is the beginning of it. But I didn't realize what he is doing is so important to him. I found out when he was running for president. He was a governor. Now he wants to be president. He said, you must be present when I announce my presidency, declare as a candidate. I didn't understand why he wants me to be president. I declared it. He said, one of the points he made in the speech, if I'm elected president, I will have Grameen program in every inner city of the United States. You thought people would be happy? Next day, he got a coverage saying that he's a crazy guy. He brings someone from Bangladesh to tell the Americans what to do. How crazy can you get? He didn't give up. He explained again and again why it's important. He never stopped saying how important it is to help people transform themselves with a touch of few dollars. And that was the beginning that continued when he became president. He wanted to do it, and that's the signing of the bill he mentions. And then Hillary came to Bangladesh along with Chelsea. I saw Chelsea here. Both of them came to Bangladesh, spent 4 days with us, wearing Grameen check, which is a rural handloom weaver, make the very simple clothing like this. And all 4 days they were wearing clothes which was made by the weavers in the villages and designed by a local young person. And everybody said, what's she wearing this? How did you do that? Who designed it? So I was not prepared to answer all those questions. I don't know why they asked. But they were so curious that the First Lady of the United States wearing this dress made from a very simple fabric done by the rural weavers. So tremendous respect that it showed to people who just do things with their own fingers, with their own hands, and for tradition of long, many years. And then Bill Clinton comes after this visit, and first thing he said, I couldn't take it anymore in our breakfast table. All they talk about is Bangladesh, Bangladesh, Bangladesh. So I don't know what they're talking about. So I said, now I go there, and I'll be talking Bangladesh, so that it will be even. So that's the kind of intensity he felt about the people who need the support and so on. And that didn't disappear in Arkansas. When he became president, it slowed down, but it appeared in Chicago. Became a program in Chicago. And now it came in a big way, Grameen America. Grameen America started right here in New York City, in Jackson Heights. It's a tiny little program. And then it started spreading. Now Grameen America has 35 branches all over the United States. Every major city has a Grameen Bank branch. And today, nearly 200,000 borrowers, all 100% women in all these inner cities, which was his dream, and take $1.5 billion a year. We reached at the level, now we lend out $1.5 billion a year with perfect repayment record. No collateral, nothing. And they are giving the projection, so in the next 10 years, we'll be reaching a level with $4 billion a year kind of loan operation. It's an amazing story, what he began. And the time he began, we became a bank, formal bank, got a license in 1983. It's a tiny little thing at that time. Bill invited me in 1986. Can you imagine? So his radar is catching signals where it's this tiny little thing. You still don't know what it will be like. But he wanted it to be in Arkansas. So that relationship between me and Bill and the family goes a long way, inspiring me to do things. And it continued that way. I was a regular participant of CGI ever since it began. But then got disconnected. I'm very happy to be back here. It's wonderful. You've heard a lot of stories about Bill Clinton, but probably many people don't know the story that I know. And I saw him very close range, what he is all about. And I'm so proud to be his friend and Hillary's friend and Chelsea's friend. It's a wonderful relationship for a cause. And he never for a moment paused over the validity of this concept and continued even today. Wherever he goes, he tells the story. And he never forgets what is happening to me and to our work. And thank you very much, Bill, for the wonderful friend that you have been. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, you're the only old guy I know who was ever drafted for his eminent position by the young people of his country. And that's because he has succeeded in doing what we all must do. We all have to stay in the future business.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he is a walking testament to its riches. I'm very, very proud of you, very grateful for you. And I think all of us should wish Bangladesh well and do what we can to support them. Somebody has to fund the first loans, you know, then the rest get repaid.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Let me just add a little bit on the Bangladesh situation now. It's quickly, because these are the young people that I've always been talking about, that the young people are the ones who should be leading the way, because all are kind of getting old-fashioned. So how to make things in the eyes of the young people and create the new life, create the new world for themselves. While I'm speaking on that theme, I didn't realize what will happen in Bangladesh. Suddenly, all the young people of Bangladesh got together and said, enough is enough. We are not going to tolerate it anymore. And they didn't. They sacrificed themselves in front of the bullets fired by Bangladeshi government and sacrificed their lives. Yeah, I just saw some video going on. So they just stood there, said, how many of us you can kill? We are here, kill us. But we are going to change the world, change Bangladesh. And that is the promise they made, that they want to create a new Bangladesh, Bangladesh next version, with the youth version. So this is the commitment they made and invited me after the previous government left the country. So invited me to head the country. This is what I'm doing, trying to implement what the dreams of the young people promised to the nation, how it can be done. The whole nation, they mobilized the whole nation together. It's not just the young people. Every single person in Bangladesh support this cause. And I'm very happy at the support in the people of the United States to make that happen. And the sky's the limit. They want to make this Bangladesh called New Bangladesh. They said we put the reset button, old is gone. So now you build a new Bangladesh on top of it. The images of our dreams. And this is a Bangladesh of the dreams they will make. Some of the leaders of the student movement are here. Yeah, well, you see here? Can you stand up? Can you stand up? It's amazing the way they speak. The language I never heard. That speak about the world they want to build, the country they want to build for themselves, and they are ready behind it to make that happen. So please help them, support them, so that their dream comes true. And this is the responsibility we take together, and you'll be here with us in that dream making that dream come true. Like any other young person, you will not recognize her. But when you see them in action, when you hear them speak, you'll be shaking. They shook the whole country by their speeches, by their dedication, their commitment. They said, you can kill us anytime you want, but we are not giving up. And he is known as to be the brain behind the whole revolution. So he denies it repeatedly. He said, not me, many others. But that's how he's recognized, that he's the brain behind the whole thing. It's an amazing, meticulously designed thing. It's not just suddenly came, it's not like that. Very well designed. Even the leadership pattern, people don't know who the leaders. So you can't catch one and say, okay, it's over. It's not over. So it's completely diverse. When they speak, the language is something it inspires any young person anywhere, any person anywhere in the world. These are the guys. Let's give them a big applause. So this is the Bangladesh. They are the one creating the new version of Bangladesh. Let's wish them a success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Chelsea Clinton.
Don't leave. That was so awkward and presumptuous, but I'm so grateful for those of you that are listening to me and coming back to your seats. I really am just so profoundly grateful to Professor Yunus for being with us. As he shared, he's known my parents for the entirety of my life. And he is certainly someone that has not only inspired me, but clearly a whole generation, and certainly exemplifies that one person very much indeed can change the world. Someone else who certainly exemplifies that is Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados. And when she was elected a handful of years ago, it was part of her kind of platform, program, and purpose to completely change the conversation around climate change, to not only make it more radically urgent, but to make it more radically equitable, and to ensure that we collectively were thinking about kind of what we collectively owe to those who are most disproportionately affected by climate change, including people living in low-income countries who've done the least to contribute to it. So someone that I am so deeply inspired by, who has been an extraordinary partner to many of us here in the CGI community, someone I'm so thankful will now take the podium. Please welcome with great enthusiasm, Prime Minister Mottley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chelsea, for your introduction. I told President Clinton that I didn't want to come after him because he's still the best. But innovating in a time of crisis. Why are we here? Because we are in crisis, and we've had some level of innovations in the last few years, to be fair. The IMF, in terms of monetary financing, would have put in place programs all through its life to be able to stabilize balance of payments. But for the first time, a few years ago, they established the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which provided for the first time long-term capital at affordable rates for middle-income, vulnerable countries. Since President Banga came to the World Bank, he has not only introduced climate-resilient debt clauses, which for small states, which is critical for us to be able to afford the reconstruction post-natural disaster, but he's also announced 50-year loans for climate-related matters so long as they are cross-border, and with a few other conditions that, even though it is not where we fully want to be, is a major start and a major innovation. I refer to those two, along with the innovations that have been taking place with debt for nature and debt for climate swaps, which my own country has been involved in. Indeed, the debt for nature swap we completed 2 years ago and repurchased our debt, and with the savings on interest, with the help of the Inter-American Development Bank and Conservancy International, put together the money to fund a marine conservation trust with $50 to $60 million expected over a 15-year period to be able to help us do marine conservation in that marine conservation trust. And as we speak, I'm working with the Inter-American Development Bank and the European Investment Bank and the Green Climate Fund for a debt for climate swap, where we're going to repurchase a larger amount of our debt, and the interest savings will be used and diverted towards financing the reconstruction of a sewage treatment plant so that we can have tertiary treated water replenish the aquifers. Why? My country is one of the 15 most water scarce countries in the world. And it therefore means that we have to find all of the possible ways that we can to augment our groundwater. At the same time, Hurricane Beryl hit us at the beginning of July, not with the ferocious human tragedy that it gave to Carriacou and Union Island and Mairo, but in our case, it decimated our fishing industry. 90% of our fishing industry was destroyed, and most of our coastal infrastructure was damaged in some manner or form. I speak to these things because it is important to understand context, and it is important for you to understand that when we talk about innovating finance in a crisis, that this is where the rubber hits the road. We need longer-term capital in the region, across the world, in small island states especially, if we are going to be able to meet our date with destiny, which is to build resilience. I repeat that for every dollar we spend in building resilience, we save $5 to $7 in damage, not to count also the fact that we may lose lives in those natural disasters, and we've not found a way to give back life to anybody. So that the urgency with which we speak about the need for greater speed and greater scope is absolutely critical. And we need as many people to keep their voices up in this matter. The private sector financing has to be scaled up, but we all know the problem that with respect to investment in the global south, there are multiple reasons why people can find why they may not want to invest. And one of those may relate to foreign exchange issues, currency hedges. Some may relate to the fact of lack of available data. And in many instances, there is simply just not a familiarity with the country or the people. We have to overcome these hurdles, because the truth is that there is a potential win-win in terms of financing for everyone. But even as we do it, we need to see how best we can scale up domestic resource mobilization to ensure that when investments are made to build adaptation or for mitigation, that the people who stand to be affected in the countries are not left out of it. Can any of them probably invest on their own, or even collectively on our own within our countries, on all of the projects that are needed? Probably not. But to exclude our own people's savings from the investments that have to be made will be to make our own people tenants in their own country, having attained independence. And that is simply not on the cards. So we need to innovate with respect to how we use public and private funds, and we need to innovate also with respect to understanding that the big jump that is needed now is a recognition that without some form of global levies, we are unlikely to bridge the gap. Whether we like it or not, most of the G7 countries are in some kind of fiscal restructuring, turbulence, anxiety, call it what you want. It therefore means that the level of public money is unlikely to be there in the scales that we need. Yes, we need to leverage the balance sheets better, all of that. But even when we do all of that, there is still a gap. And this is where we need a mental reset, recognizing that if we have the large number of multinational corporations with balance sheets that dwarf the majority of the countries of the world's balance sheets, then we need to be able to work out how can we get them to play their part so that we can sustain global public goods. Whether it is speaking to oil and gas companies who have helped to contribute to the problem, or whether it is speaking to renewable energy companies where their rates of return may be excessive beyond what might otherwise be normal, and I'm not suggesting that that is the case in every instance. But the principle is that those who contribute to the problem or those who stand to benefit egregiously from the solution, both of you, please put 2, 3, 5 cents, 1 cent on the board out of every dollar. Why? Because that is a form of sustainable funding that is needed at this point in time to guarantee that when countries and companies start to make the clean transition, that there is a pipeline of funding that is secure. And we're not limiting this to climate alone, by the way. The world has a number of global challenges. And if we are to sustain a strong global commons, if we are to ensure that small countries do not put at risk the well-being of the planet, then we need to make sure that we are in a position to provide and secure those global commons, both against the issues in the climate crisis and in particular food and water insecurity, because when all is said and done, you can't go without food and water for a very long period. So the bureaucracy can't be keeping you spinning if you want to save lives. Secondly, against the next pandemic, and not just the traditional ones, but also what I call the slow motion silent pandemic. And on Thursday this week, the heads of government of the world and heads of state will meet to be able to come with new declarations on antimicrobial resistance, because it is the third largest killer of people across the earth, simply because our bodies, when infected, cannot and are not receiving the same benefits from antibiotics as they previously did. Thirdly, I don't need to tell you about the consequences of war. There's too much of it across the world, and it's not just traditional war, but it is the conflict that takes place in the urban and national environment, like here in the Americas, where there is not a military theater for war, but where there is in fact the level of homicides that are destabilizing the functioning of societies. And then, of course, there is the problem of the digital divide and the question as to whether AI will be regulated sufficient such as not to create a threat for human civilization. These 5 things constitute the core of what a global commons needs to be protected for, to ensure that none of these issues can decimate global progress and, more importantly, civilizations within the global community. If we are serious about innovating financing, then while we have made progress in the areas that I started out at the beginning, it is my view that 80 years on, it is time for a serious global reset. And the World Bank ought to be the place where the global public commons is preserved. And the World Bank ought to be the entity that is capable of collecting levies, cesses, whatever you want, from oil and gas companies, from shipping. There's $7 trillion in value every year in shipping. If you put a 1% cess on that, not to refinance or to cause the owners to turn their ships into green and more sustainable vessels, but for the benefit of adaptation and climate finance, in which it is causing us problems with, if we were to put that 1% cess, it would earn us $70 billion minimum a year, and possibly rising based on the increases as we go forward. That is a sustainable form of financing, instead of us arguing, where is the $100 billion that was promised in Denmark? We need to think outside of the box, and we need to create new mechanisms. What is going to be the fundamental issue? That many of these companies operate cross-border, and therefore there will be the issue of capacity to collect. Some may say that if governments collect, they won't pass over the money. May be true. So do we use the international entities like the International Maritime Organization, like IATA and ICAO, like the international entities, to help us collect these funds in trust for World Bank to be able to hold? I believe that that is the beginning of the new direction. Do we have it all fleshed out? Not yet. But do we need to force the issue and to start the research in this direction? Absolutely. Because if we don't, we're going to have a declining pie being forced to cater to ever-expanding challenges and crises across the world. And if we doubted it, 5 years ago, we were not contemplating that war would be at the center of all that we are dealing with. And the distractions of war and populism and elections, regrettably, may seem an acceptable excuse for those who want to use it, but it didn't stop the world from hitting the hottest day ever on July 22nd. We are in the midst of multiple crises, and the last time I checked, human beings throughout history have had the capacity and the ingenuity to make major changes. Nobody believed that slavery would be abolished until it happened. Nobody believed that women would have the right to vote until it happened. Nobody believed that apartheid would go until it happened. And as Chelsea reminded me, even when we were trying to deal with acid rain and hydrochlorobins, it was dealt with under President Reagan with the Montreal Agreement and others, and look where we are in terms of success on those fronts today. We need to do what Nike taught us. Just do it. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Matthew Bishop, Social Progress Imperative.
Good afternoon, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We've got some, hopefully, a juicy end to a session that has some tremendously hard acts to follow. We're going to go with the signature elements of the CGI over the years, which is some really sophisticated, smart commitments to action. And then we're going to end with a panel discussion with some great examples of innovation in action that is really already having high impact on the world. So please don't go anywhere. First of all, we have 2 commitments to action. I'd like to welcome to the stage commitment maker David Nicholson of Mercy Corps.
Thank you. What an honor to follow the Prime Minister onto stage, and quite a humbling group of leaders to follow here, so bear with me. So at Mercy Corps, we believe that a climate-resilient future is possible for everyone. But in countries and communities around the world, it's not a question of if, but when they're going to face the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. Let's look at Nepal, one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate risk, facing rising temperatures and increased frequency of natural disasters. Over 24 million people, that's 80% of the population, are at risk of floods and landslides. In 2018, when Mercy Corps started working in the western province of Beta Baker, many families were still rebuilding from the massive floods that had displaced them from their lands a decade earlier. Our team met a local resident called Fuldevi. She told us, "I can't believe that day, I can never forget that day we lost everything. Every source of income and glimpse of hope. Our land was washed away by water." Today, 6 years later, Fuldevi is the leader of her community's disaster management committee. They meet regularly to run simulations and practice disaster preparedness skills. Her community benefits from a multi-layered approach to disaster management that includes an early warning system that reaches everybody, truly everybody. Fuldevi started planting Khan's grass, which is a cash crop that helps bind the soil. She also got together with a group of other community members and started planting bamboo spurs on the riverbank. This creates a natural barrier that encourages that prevents soil erosion and protects their land. She not only makes a good living, but she's also able to contribute to a shared disaster management fund. Today, 84% of the 26,000 households we've worked with in Nepal say they feel more confident in their ability to face future floods. Mercy Corps has spent 4 decades working with local communities to face complex challenges with comprehensive solutions. Last year, we reached 5.9 million people through our climate programming in countries like Ethiopia, Jordan, Nigeria, Guatemala, and Indonesia. But we know it's not enough. We have to do more. That's why we launched our Climate Possible campaign, a $250 million campaign and a CGI commitment to action. Together with Cisco, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Starbucks Foundation, the Coca-Cola Foundation, Xylem, and the Z Zurich Foundation, and hopefully some of you in this room, we know we can make this possible. Communities like Fuldevi's are the least responsible for the climate crisis, and they are also the most impacted. We know with greater investment, these communities can move from coping to thriving, and we hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'd like to welcome to the stage our next commitment makers, Jess Tomlin of the Equality Fund and Srik Gopal of Humanity United.
Thank you. I guess my job is a little bit easier. I just have to follow David and not the heads of state. Well, good afternoon. My name is Srik Gopal. I'm the president and managing partner of Humanity United. It is my pleasure to introduce our Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action. Better preparedness, funding resilience. Better preparedness aims to move billions of dollars more directly to those on the front lines of change, our partners in civil society, who are facing crises and experiencing closing of civil society space. The world is facing the highest number of violent conflicts since the Second World War. In addition to conflict, rising authoritarianism, climate change, and more are creating severe humanitarian crises, deepening inequality and undermining democracy and human rights. And yet, we must acknowledge that as a field, philanthropy has fallen behind. To catch up, we need to think differently, and we need to be better prepared for the next crisis, which will come. At Humanity United, we invest in collective action and work towards long-term peace and freedom. Hence, we are pledging our support to the Better Preparedness Initiative. Today, we are excited to launch the next phase of the Better Preparedness Initiative, a crisis coordination playbook for philanthropic funders to use and a rapid coordination startup team. The playbook is designed to radically improve coordination around crises between foundations, civil society, and governments. It is already being used by funder collectives in Afghanistan, Georgia, and Palestine. In early 2025, we start the next phase of the work, the launch of the first ever field-wide infrastructure to shift from a crisis-to-crisis approach to longer-term global funding strategies across geographies. We will track crisis trends, improve early warning systems, and initiate funder coordination at speed and scale that is required. Thank you, and I'll now hand over to Jess Tomlin at the Equality Fund.
Thank you, Shriek, and good afternoon, folks. My name is Jess Tomlin, and I'm the CEO of the Equality Fund. The Equality Fund is coming up to its 5th birthday, and it's an innovative model that brings multiple sectors, government, philanthropy, investment, in one platform to support human rights movements, in particular gender justice movements around the world. We move resources into the hands of women, movement leaders, trans rights activists, et cetera, who are driving change on the ground. We are getting behind Better Preparedness because this work leverages philanthropy's unique potential to directly reach civil society and feminist movements in contexts where human rights are most heavily restricted. Held within the Human Rights Funders Network and Peace and Security Funders Network, sitting right here, Better Preparedness gets the power of partnership. More than 100 leading foundations, and may I take a moment to ask you, if you are part of one of those 100 leading foundations, to raise your hand or to stand up, and we can celebrate the innovation and the courage at this moment. Civil society has been deeply involved. Governments, businesses, and most of all movements are welcome here. But it's not only the financial support that is required. I think what we have learned at the Equality Fund, which is an art of the collaboration and building common ground, is that it takes social capital, political capital. It requires real skin in the game. So Better Preparedness is, it's an attempt to really match in the words of the formidable Prime Minister Mia Mottley, ingenuity, tenacity, creativity of civil society leaders, to match that dedication with this program. We will call on that inspiration and courageously move forward together. Thank you.
Okay, we're just going to reset the stage in a moment. We'll be back on with the panel. So I'd like to welcome the panel to the stage. We have Paul Hudson, CEO of Sanofi, Nadia Calvino, President of the European Investment Bank, and Mayor Yvonne, yes, big round of applause please, Mayor Yvonne Aki-Soya, the Mayor of Freetown in Sierra Leone. I'd like to welcome you all to the stage. Like it or not, we're dealing now every day with the realities that climate change is happening and is disrupting the way our lives work. And the more we can build in resilience into our system to deal with those consequences of climate change, the more chance we have of having the time to really fix fundamentally the problem of climate change. And each of our panelists has experience of addressing and finding solutions to that resilience, to building resilience against climate change's consequences. And I want to dive straight into hearing practical examples of what can be done, which the world desperately needs. I'm going to start with the Mayor, Yvonne Aki-Soya from Freetown, who's come from a career in finance in the City of London to lead a city government and put in place a climate action plan. And I really just want to understand from you, what have you learned about what cities can do to increase their resilience against the threats of climate change?
Well, thanks very much. It's great to be here and to have the opportunity to share, not just on behalf of my city. I'm also the global co-chair of C40 Cities, which is a network of 98 cities. And as a commitment, these are all cities thriving to or striving to address the climate crisis. And a membership criteria is that we have a climate action plan. So that's the starting point. I ran on a ticket of climate. We didn't call it climate, or else I wouldn't have gotten any votes. But I talked to the people about the things that matter to them, which is the way climate change is impacting many, many communities. Back 6 years ago when I first ran for office, it was communities in the global south. But today, you can't turn on your television without seeing fires in Spain or in Portugal, flooding in Northern Europe. So this is really touching everyone. To build resilience, there needs to be an understanding of where the issues are, where you are emitting, but also where your weaknesses are: flooding, landslides, extreme heat. Working on that data, using it then to define interventions, which in our case vary from or include afforestation. We have a program called #Freetown the Tree Town, an initial target of planting 1 million trees, planting and growing. So they're monitored, they're tagged, they're digitally uploaded. And that now we're at 1.2 million, and we've increased our target to 4 million by 2028. But those plans also include protecting water catchments, includes addressing heat through green corridors, cooling systems, and that could be as basic as market shade covers. But most important, I think, it's making sure your community is doing this with you. So having their input in the design and development of your climate action plan. And for C40, our climate action plans are driving to net zero. It's trying to ensure that individually, even though like African countries contribute so little to the global crisis, but nevertheless, we are all committed to reducing our emissions, but also to building in adaptive interventions.
Thank you, that's a great opening. Paul, Sanofi is a health company, and I think one of the striking things about the last couple of years is how people are now seeing how so many of the world's biggest problems are all interconnected. But I'm intrigued to see that you are now really pushing the way your company can address the climate crisis as part of responding to the health crisis. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, sure. It's such a privilege as well to be with you both because, as the sort of largest R&D-based healthcare company in Europe, we're not always on the podium like this. And we made a determined effort over the last half-decade to try and operate at the intersection of health and climate, and to worry greatly not just about, say, pollution, but also climate refugees and the ability to deliver health and healthcare resiliency. We know the data, of course. We know that somebody's going to die every minute until 2050 because of the intersection between climate and health. We know that about $12.5 trillion will be destroyed, and that could have been so much more effective when you look at fast-track flexible funding and all the other things that we're passionate advocates for. We know 3.3 billion people would fall into the category of, potential for being a climate refugee, which is not far off half the world's population. And people, you mentioned it, actually, the fires, Portugal, California. People think this is not just a sub-Saharan issue, this is a global problem. And we've spent quite a bit of time with our foundation trying to worry about how to support healthcare resiliency. We did it in two ways. We announced, in fact, at UNGA last year that we'd put 450 million euros into making sure that, first and foremost, we were not contributing as a company to the problem. So we had to get our own, organization to be on a journey to carbon neutral, plus all the other sustainable development goals, but just talking about carbon because we're focused on climate in this context. We had to get our own house in order. And at the same time, we had to stand up our foundation in a much more assertive manner to do much more productive work and fast at that intersection to make sure there was resiliency in communities, training, education, support, trying to make sure that we focus on what we call, prevent, protect, promote, to make sure that all of our campaigning and the things where we invest do work. A lot of people think big pharma companies just drop pallets of medicine into countries, and that's really just a bit, how should I put it, it's superficial. Maybe the intent was good, but the effect is absolutely negligible. And we had we had a great conversation beforehand about trying to make sure there are well-trained healthcare professionals that can use the medicines to do some good, to get to a good outcome, and to do it quickly, to do it really quickly. I watched with interest the Malawi, the Green Fund, the 33 million, the desire to move quickly. And I think it's very hard to move quickly when actually the subject at hand is urgent. And so we have to think about ways. There's a big company that is sort of, we like to think well organized. We think speed and scale are the ways we can do that.
Great. President Calvino. Round of applause, please. President Calvino, one of the things we've seen that's been very encouraging the last 2 or 3 years has been this, both sides of the Atlantic, massive commitments to Green Deal type investments. And in Europe, we've had the Green Deal. And as part of that, the European Investment Bank has committed $1 trillion to a climate action plan. So could you tell us a bit about what you're actually doing, what you're seeing working?
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, I'm delighted to be in a panel that's talking about two of the key subjects that we have dealt with during this General Assembly week, which is health and climate. The other one being women. So that's also being alongside one of those powerful women is also, makes me very happy. And the European Investment Bank has consolidated its brand as the climate bank, because we had a very strong commitment, very ambitious commitment, which we are on track to achieve, because we devote more than 50% of our investments to climate action. You may not know, the EIB is the largest multilateral development institution in the world with a balance sheet around $600 billion. And we invest 90% of our investments are inside the EU, 10% outside the EU, but that makes it an investor around 9 billion euros per year outside the EU, so it's an important volume of investment. And so the fact that we devote more than 50% to climate adaptation, resilience, new technologies, etc., makes us, I think, a very important player trying to change the world. The largest investor in renewables in Europe, one of the largest in the world, trying to make things better.
Great. And I suppose there are 2 or 3 sort of examples that you would want to flag up that you've really seen and see having huge potential to get more money invested in them?
Yeah, because one of the characteristics of our actions is that we mobilize private investment. The EIB has a very strong technical expertise, so once we say this is a good project, many private investors come and invest with us. We also take the first loss, we de-risk projects, we make them bankable, so we make them feasible at the end of the day. Let me give you two examples. One, in December we approved the wind package. We saw that there was a market failure in that windmill producers needed to provide guarantees to the energy companies, and energy companies needed to provide guarantees also to the windmill producers, but they had so large exposures with commercial banks that nobody wanted to provide those guarantees. So the EIB is providing cross guarantees, and we're making it possible for these investments to take place in Europe and abroad, you know. Let me give you another example, this time talking about health. I would like to take the opportunity. We just signed yesterday, because we signed it yesterday, and I wanted to then take the opportunity to share it. We signed yesterday an agreement with the World Health Organization, and we're going to also bring to this agreement the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, to create a platform to support primary health in Africa, to start with, and other parts of the world, precisely to do what you were saying, to build capacity, to build resilience, knowing that 90% of the health problems can be tackled through strong primary health care, and investing in primary health care is investing in strong communities. So climate, health, interrelated subjects, and an investment bank can actually make a difference.
Great. Well, I'm mindful that time is pretty short, so I want to ask each of you to really address one question, which is, how do we learn from what you're doing to get your counterparts elsewhere to follow your lead and do things at a much greater scale? And so I actually want to start with you, Paul. I mean, at the moment, companies are getting a bit of a backlash, certainly here in the States, when they reach what people see as being outside of their core domains to do stuff that's socially beneficial. What would you say to other corporate leaders at the moment to encourage them to kind of do the sort of thinking and action that you've been doing?
Yeah, look, I think that we're a business, so we have to be successful, and we will be successful. But I asked this to some of my team just last week. Isn't it better to be successful and do things the right way? Doesn't it feel better? And why does it have to be mutually exclusive? You don't have to do it a different way. And in pharmaceuticals, because we're in healthcare, it'd be very easy for us to slip into hey, we're in medicines, we're purpose-driven. We're doing good already compared to other, say, fast-moving consumers. It's not enough. I co-chair with Bill Gates, the CEO Roundtable, and I will, in Berlin in a few weeks, hold my peers accountable to make sure they stop duplicating each other's work in African countries, and we work collaboratively to share resources, to help build infrastructure, and to make sure that if I'm screening for type 1 diabetes to provide insulin for free, I also screen for other cardiovascular diseases so another company can provide free medicine in that community, and the patient's already identified. Why are we all doing things in parallel, feeling good, when we can do it together? And we know we've gone from potentially addressing 100,000 patients as a company to, I'll share this with Bill Gates in a few weeks, to 40 million patients, just by coordinating better. And I think, so talking about mobilizing peers, I feel that's my part to play.
Great. President Calvino, there's a lot of talk in the financial world about how do we mobilize trillions of dollars more of private capital, and you talked a bit about de-risking. I mean, what else do we need to do now to sort of move the needle on this?
Well, I very much concur with what my sister Yvonne was saying, that we need to bring citizens with us, we need to bring companies with us, we need to show that investing in our future is actually good value for money today. As Mia Motley was just saying a moment ago here on stage, every dollar invested in climate action and resilience is saving $5 to $7 in dealing with the disasters and the recovery cost, not to talk about the lives lost. So it is good value for money, and we need to get together and reach the necessary scale so that all these new technologies are not only clean, but also cheap and efficient. And to the corporate world, I would say this is a competitive advantage. And I think actually large and small companies have understood that you have to be on top of the technologies of the future if you want to remain competitive. So, there's a lot of debate, but people are getting on with it.
And last but by no means least, Mayor Akisoya, a lot of politicians think that there's no retail votes in climate and addressing climate, but you've not only run on addressing the climate challenges, but been re-elected. Tell us what other politicians should be learning from your experience.
I think the main issue is the climate crisis is affecting every single aspect of everyone's lives every single day, whether it's air pollution, whether it's water shortages, extreme heat. This is the reality. And I think it's a question of narrative and how things are presented. But in addition, we need to, colleagues, other mayors, other politicians, I think need to realize and appreciate, and it's not a hard move to make, that actually addressing the climate crisis creates jobs. It creates good green jobs which are sustainable, because these are the jobs of the future. In my second term, we have a plan, a target. It's called Transform Free Town, Transforming Lives, and we are committed to creating 120,000 jobs by 2028 for women and youth. These are green jobs. That represents 10% of our population, addressing unemployment, which is currently at 70% for youth. So it makes perfect sense. It's good for business, it's good for health, it's good for the planet. It's actually what we need to do.
Oh, what a fantastically inspiring note to end what's been a very inspiring session. Thank you. Big round of applause for our panel, and thank you all very much. Thank you.
You may be surprised that NASA is a climate agency. Most of what we know about our changing planet comes from NASA data, and it's from our fleet of over 24 satellites that form a single great Earth observatory. And it comes from our findings of over 60 years from our platforms in the heavens. NASA technology is helping firefighters spend more time fighting wildfires. NASA satellites are analyzing soil moisture, which helps farmers decide which crops to plant. NASA data helps city planners and health workers track air pollution from the surface of the ocean to the International Space Station. NASA information from NASA satellites, it drives action. Freshwater management, monitoring floods, protecting oceans, saving coast. We even launched a spacecraft to detect dust storms from space, and it's now detecting methane leaks on the Earth below. The threats to our planet will continue. Our eyes in space will take it all in. What NASA learns in space, we make publicly accessible through the Earth Information Center. It's a one-stop shop for this game-changing information. The challenge of the climate crisis is here and now. Let's answer it from above.
Please welcome Senator Bill Nelson, head of NASA.
Morning. Think back to 1968. It was a tough year. 2 assassinations, the tumult of the Vietnam War. Remember the tumult of the Democratic Convention. And we at NASA make a bold decision that we're going to take out of order the first flight to the moon. Christmas Day, 1968.
Apollo 8 is circling the moon. And the crew, Borman, Lovell, and Anders, are in that orbit. And on their fourth orbit, they come from the far side of the moon. And all of a sudden, Bill Anders sees Earth rise. And he says, "Where's my camera? Where's my camera?" He takes this picture. It has become an iconic photograph for us to understand the first time we'd ever seen ourselves from a perspective far away as this blue and white, creative, beautiful planet suspended in the middle of nothing. And space is nothing. And we have this unique vantage point from space that gives us the perspective when studying planet Earth. Now take a look at this. This is from low Earth orbit. There in the middle is the Red Sea. That's the Nile River in the distance. Look to the upper right and you see the Sinai Peninsula. At the bottom of the Sinai Peninsula is Jebel Musa, the mountain of Moses. And then look at that thin blue line at the rim of the earth. That's our atmosphere. That's the light being reflected in our atmosphere, and that sustains all of us. As you orbit the earth, it's that thin little film, and from space, I could see how we're messing it up. That thin blue line separates us from the rest of the universe. And it drives home how important it is that we work together to protect our planet from the increasing threat of climate change. These visualizations, they help us understand the Earth system like the human body comprises diverse components that interact in complex ways. Heat, of course, is, as we heat up, it's absorbed by particularly the ocean. The heat and the moisture influence Earth's weather patterns. Rainfall significantly is altered by the heating up of the earth. The oceans rise. In the last 30 years, the east coast of the United States, in 30 years, the Atlantic Ocean has risen 7 inches. From our spacecraft, we can also spot forest disease. We partner, for example, with USAID to help farmers in poor developing nations. We work with them. We can spot not only disease in crops and trees, we can tell the moisture content of the soil, so what the farmer should, in fact, plant in his crops. And as a result of that, we can spot drought. We can alert as to the wildfires are coming. And we can even, as Moses did, when he spoke to the rock in the desert, we can find water underneath the desert floor. Now, we need to work together to address the needs of our climate. And that's why NASA works with our partners all over the world. So with this information, we want to share it. We want to share it with everybody. All of our data is publicly available. We set up a physical Earth Information Center, but we put it online at earth.gov or at nasa.gov. You can see our data in near real time of what is happening to the Earth. I can tell you, in my eyes as a politician, as I orbited the Earth every 90 minutes, I saw something else. I looked and I did not see racial division. I did not see religious division, and I did not see political division. What I saw is we are all in this together as citizens of planet Earth. I wish we could send every head of state into space, because if they could see what I saw, it would change your perspective. Now, our voyage takes us beyond our Earth. We're going back to the moon in order to learn to go to Mars. It takes us beyond just our climate observations. We're looking at our solar system. We're looking at our vast universe. And as we are searching the heavens in a universe that is 13.8 billion years old, we're looking for other Earths. And when we do that, and when we look for life, we learn about ourselves, us Earthlings. All right, I want you to come with us on this great new adventure, an adventure of the golden age of space exploration. Throughout America's story, there are defining days. Days when minds change, hearts fill, and imaginations soar. Days when visions transform the trajectory of the American story, which is our story. Doing what is hard and achieving what is great, that is what stirs humankind. That's what unites us. With inspiration and innovation, no Herculean effort is too large. No moonshot is beyond our reach.
And liftoff of Artemis 1.
A new generation, the Artemis generation, stands ready. Ready to return humanity to the moon, and then to take us further than ever before to Mars. Let us continue the quest to unfold this universe. And let us continue to find unity in our discovery. So together, let us continue to dream the impossible dream that now becomes real. Then let us traverse the untouched terrain of the once unreachable stars.
Please welcome Katie Couric.
Good morning, everyone. How lucky am I? I have two of my favorite people I get to talk to on one stage. So please welcome Jose Andres and Jane Goodall. I clearly got the plum assignment today, so we have so much to talk about and not a ton of time, so let me get right to it, Jose. Can you pinpoint a particular moment in time when you realized you could use both your love of cooking and food to help so many people in need?
Quick story. My mother, she was a nurse. We saw what nurses did during the pandemic. But beyond watching my mom working in the hospital, because we didn't have a nanny, and my father and my mother both work in the hospital, we will be exchanged right there in the emergency room between father and mother, just taking us to school or taking us home. But my mom was an excellent cook. For her, love was cooking. My father too. But my mom, at the end of the month, when there was no more money left, she will open the fridge, which will be empty. And like a magician, we'll be able to make croquetas, those bechamel fritters that my brothers and I will be fighting to see who ate the last croquette on the tray. I'm only saying this because then moving 15 years later, I arrived in Washington, D.C. in 1993, and I went to cook for the few in a restaurant. But they didn't realize at that moment, watching my mom making croquetas out of nothing could serve me then to not only feed the few, but feed the many. I went to a place called This Is Central Kitchen. It's where I met President Clinton. This Is Central Kitchen was an amazing place where food provided hope to people. A guy who was a bartender, who saw that everybody was talking about food waste, but he said, actually, we're not wasting food. What we are wasting is people's life. I saw a kitchen that was giving hope to homeless, training them to be cooks. In the process, feeding the homeless population in DC. In the process, people like me being able to hire those men and women. I began going to volunteer to that kitchen, and I began sharing the same lessons I learned from my mom. Robert Egger told me at the very beginning, in 1993, and this impacted my life forever. He told me that philanthropy seems very often is about the redemption of the giver, when philanthropy must become the liberation of the receiver, who was going to tell me that that humble croquette of my mom that she made with love for me and my brothers, that same mentality of doing anything we can with nothing, using love and creativity, then could help me join an organization as a young cook where I learned the power of food to build longer tables.
That's so interesting. I did a story on Robert Eggers when I was the local reporter in Washington, and that was an amazing organization, the DC Central Kitchen. You went on to start the World Central Kitchen then in 2010 after the devastating earthquake in Haiti. Did you recognize immediately, Jose, that you would continue to do this kind of work, or how did it evolve from the beginning?
So watching the power of food to change life through This Is Central Kitchen, that became my life obsession in a way. But World Central Kitchen really came out of the simple idea that in an emergency, you send nurses and doctors to take care of the wounded. In a fire, you send firefighters. In an earthquake, you send rescue workers with dogs to try to find people alive under the rubble. After Katrina, I saw places like the Superdome that somehow we forgot to feed people in a place that actually was the easiest place to feed people. Because an arena, I realized, is not a place to see Taylor Swift sing or the New Orleans Saints play football. An arena is a gigantic restaurant that entertains with music and sports. How we forgot about feeding those people for a week. That's the moment that I thought, well, who we should be sending to emergencies to feed people. Lawyers? Lawyers are great people, and I have many friends who are lawyers. But I thought, let's make sure that my profession is the one that shows up in those emergencies, rallying the call for one simple thing. Big problems have simple solutions. Sometimes the beginning just starts with a simple, humble plate of food.
Jane, I've had the pleasure of interviewing Jane many times, and your personal story is so inspiring, Jane. In 1960, you were just 26 years old. You ventured into the Tanzanian rainforest to study chimpanzees. Looking back at this moment, now that you're 90, which is just unbelievable, Jane, how did you have the courage to do something like that at such a young age?
Well, it wasn't courage at all, because, you know, when I was 10, I'd saved up my pennies of pocket money. It was during World War II. And I found this little book, no TV back then, Tarzan of the Apes. Just had enough to buy it, read it, fell in love with this glorious Lord of the Jungle. And what did he do? Married the wrong Jane. Right?
Yeah.
He did. So anyway, of course, I knew there wasn't a Tarzan, but that's when I dreamt I will grow up, go to Africa, live with wild animals, and write books about them. So it wasn't courage, it was following my dreams. And I was lucky. You talked about your mom. My mother, she was the only one who didn't laugh at my dream. She said, if you really want to do something like this, you're going to have to work really hard, take advantage of every opportunity, and if you don't give up, you hopefully find a way.
And when did you have some kind of epiphany, Jane, when you realized you could turn your work in conservation and animal studies and have it make a dramatic impact, that you could not only be a scientist, but a true leader in your field? Did you have an aha moment that said, I want to share my work with the world and make a difference?
Yeah, sort of. But remember, I started off not as a scientist because we couldn't afford university. I only got my degree later. And then I went back to Gombe, and I was having the best days of my life out in the rainforest with that spiritual connection with the natural world. And people say, why did you leave? I started a conference. By then there were 6 other field study sites. Wanted to learn about chimps in different habitats. But we had a session on conservation. And it was shocking to hear that across Africa, chimpanzee numbers were dropping, forests were being cut down. And I just knew. I went to that conference as a scientist, planning to spend the rest of my life there. And I left as an activist. It was like that. It's like St. Paul on the road to Damascus. I call it my Damascus moment. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have any dreams of, becoming what I have become. I just wanted to help the chimps. Learning about the chimps by visiting the different study sites with money, again from National Geographic, I learned about the plight of the African people, the crippling poverty, the lack of good health and education. And I flew over Little Gombe National Park, had been part of a great forest belt across Africa. By the mid-'80s, I was shocked. It was a little island of forest, this national park. All around the hills were bare. And it hit me. These people are cutting down the forest because they're struggling to survive, and they need money from charcoal or timber or more land to grow food for their growing families. And so we started a program to help the local people find ways of making a living without destroying the environment. And that program, which is very holistic, I mean, it includes scholarships for girls, it includes microfinance so that the villagers can take out tiny loans. Dear Muhammad Yunus, I'm so glad what's happened for him. And
So you went really from studying animals to studying people. And it seems to me each of your respective areas of expertise, Jose, you food, Jane, you the natural world, are both integral to the human experience. I mean, who doesn't love food and nature, right? I mean, so has the passion people feel for both of those things made it easier for you all to create movements around these things, Jose?
Obviously. Her love for protecting animals and chimpanzees, and that tells me that me as a cook, I need to make sure that I'm part of the conversation that allows me and everybody, the army of people that provide food, from farmers to cooks and everybody in between, to make sure we do it in a way that in the process of feeding humanity, we are not taking away the forests and the animals that also are part of humanity itself. So having the opportunity to be meeting and working and calling friends, people like Jane, with what she's done, and people like her, gives, in a way, people like me that kind of thought process of, in the process of feeding the world, I cannot be creating a world that is worse. That's why in Gaza, in the very early days of the confrontation, when we began feeding in Israel because it was the right thing to do, and at the same time we began feeding in Gaza because it was the right thing to do, because we were here to feed humanity, we realized that we needed kitchens. And we needed kitchens that they were sustainable, because the people in Gaza, with no other option, they were cutting trees. And trees, whatever tree was left in Gaza, just they kept cutting them. That's why we began bringing a kitchen. We brought thousands of them that was using briquettes. We were using solar. And still to this day, we're doing hundreds of thousands of meals, making sure that whatever tree was left in Gaza was not going to be disappearing. The same we can say about Haiti. The same we can be saying about many countries in Africa, that all of a sudden we realize that in the way we feed humanity, in a way, is not giving an opportunity to humanity to thrive. So who was going to tell me that the same fire that makes my profession something like I love about my profession could be the same fire that takes opportunity and livelihoods from people, that breaks nature apart by destroying the ecosystems, that gives that possibility to the fauna and flora to thrive. So all these things are highly interconnected, and it's very important we all keep kind of relying on each other. That's what this Clinton Global Foundation does. What I learn, I try to share with others, and what everybody knows, they try to share it with me. All together, we become better.
I have to ask you about what happened earlier this year, Jose, when 7 people working for World Central Kitchen in Gaza were killed by Israeli airstrikes. I know how devastating that was for you and your colleagues. And you actually, for a moment, seriously thought about shutting down World Central Kitchen in the aftermath of that tragedy. What changed your mind?
Well, imagine, I was in the Spanish Navy. I served a year and a half, but I was never in my first time in a war zone was Ukraine. We lost people in Ukraine. But we've seen that what's been happening in Gaza, it looks at times that it's almost like a war against humanity itself. Obviously, the people, I was supposed to be there. I was tired, and that's why I was not there. The people that died, some of them were good friends, like Somi. But we need to remember that before those 7 non-Palestinians perish, hundreds of other humanitarians perished before that, and the world almost didn't know about it, on top of civilians. So for me, the moment, yes, I realized, though, that in the worst moments of humanity, the best of humanity shows up. When I was in Israel, where we were feeding in the kibbutz in the south and in the north, next to Israeli chefs, many of them women, were asking, Jose, I have another passport. I would love to go Gaza to show solidarity with the people of Palestine. And I had Palestinian women telling me, if I could go to Israel, I will go there to feed, to tell them that I don't have anything against them. These are the voices of humanity. That's what I see in the world. And that's why we all need to be asking always for peace. We cannot just keep fighting wars that nobody even understands why they are happening. And food, in a way, is the way I see that people give love. The first time we receive love, and we never realize, and that's why we are also connected to it, is when our moms, as we come into the world, brings us to their bodies. And our mothers feeding us or telling us, I love you and I care for you. That's the attachment forever we create with food. And that's why for me, in emergencies, to see that these hundreds of thousands of people, not only World Central Kitchen, but other organizations, that while we are here talking, they are out there providing hope and relief to others. In this case, food sends a message of love, sends a message of peace. People that love hummus, like they do in Palestine and in Israel, they should not be fighting each other.
Jane, I'm curious, you travel all over the world, you talk to kids, you do lectures, you do so much important work. How do you motivate people to not only care, but to act?
Well, you know, I can't help saying though, Jose, that many of our youth group are growing food. So we're linked in many ways. Anyhow, so when I'm traveling around the world, I'm giving talks, and I'm meeting many people who think differently from me, So I find it's useless to argue with them. They're not going to listen to me, little old me. But tell stories. You have to reach the heart. And, you know, Jose, you're reaching the heart through food. My youth program, Roots and Shoots, began in '91. It's now in 71 countries. And the last country joined last week, and it's in Ukraine. So we have members from kindergarten through university. And the big difference with this program is that the young people choose their own projects. But each group must choose a project help people, a project help other animals, a project help the environment, because it's all interrelated. And also, because we bring the young people together whenever we can, it's usually virtually, but face-to-face is better. They are learning that much more important than the color of your skin, or your language, or your culture, or your religion, is the fact we're all human beings. We all laugh, we all cry, we all can love, and we all must eat.
Do you feel encouraged by young people? Do you feel that they are much more interested and passionate about issues like climate change than perhaps older generations?
Well, you know, the young people are learning about it from a very young age now. So when I was a very young child, you know, these issues hadn't cropped up. So today, what do I find? My greatest reason for hope is the young people are now in 71 countries. They're all working to make this a better world. They're not only choosing projects, they're rolling up their sleeves and taking action. And as we speak, you talk about as we speak, things going on, these young people, they're making the world a better place. They're learning that we are one human family. And I just came from Los Angeles. It was International Peace Day. And we had 50, we call them peace doves. They're made out of old bed sheets, 20-foot wingspan, and flying on poles. And it was just so moving to see 50 of these huge white peace doves carried by young people going on a parade.
You have said this is, quote, the most consequential voting year in terms of the fate of our planet. Can you talk about that?
Yes, well, for ages and ages, I've been saying, you know, we're surrounded by stories of doom and gloom, and we need to know what's going on. And, you know, I've always said, well, we do have a window of time, but I don't know how big it is. Now, yesterday, I hear it's 5 years before we reach tipping points, from which maybe there's no return. But we do have this window of time. And if we get together, then we can start at least slowing down climate change and loss of biodiversity. And the young people are passionate. I mean, it's their future. We've messed it up. We've been stealing their future for a long, long time. But now we've got together with them and help them to slow these things down so that they have a future.
In fact, you have a whole campaign you're embarking on and a little prop you want to share with us.
The thing is that this year is that, yes, it's a very special year because there have been 48 elections around the world. And, you know, I think many people have got fed up with politicians. And many people I've met just say, well, I'm not going to bother to vote. There's no point. But every vote counts. And with the world in the mess it's in today, okay, maybe you don't particularly care about any candidate, but choose one who's more likely to protect the planet, which means your future and your children's future. So,
vote for nature, I'm voting. And vote for food, and vote for peace.
And do you feel as hopeful as Jane does in terms about of the young people you encounter, Jose?
Well, my daughter Inez was inspired by Jane. My daughter right now, like many other daughters, my daughter is somewhere in Africa. She's been in Chad. She's been in the border in Sudan, working with World Food Program. Because she said, you know, I want to have boots on the ground. And the only way we're going to be changing the world is if we take some risks to do it. That gives me hope. 7 years ago in Maria, a young girl called Lola, 10 years old, 10 years old, was in charge of a line making 50,000 sandwiches a day. She was so tiny, she jumped on top of a table and she kept screaming, more cheese, more mayo, more bread. We need to do it quicker. That 10-year-old showed me, now she's about to go to university, showed me that it's people like her, people like my daughter that want to follow the footsteps of people like Jane and many of you in this conference, in this room. There is hope, but we need to give that hope to the young people. So the promises that we make here, the promises are happening in the UN, we keep them. That's the way we will keep giving hope to the young people to help us build a better tomorrow.
Jose and Jane, I was going to say you're national treasures, but you're actually international treasures. Thank you so much for all you do, and thank you for being here today.
Please welcome Administrator Samantha Power and President Bill Clinton.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. They were great, weren't they? We are now going to discuss a health crisis that's claiming more lives every year than HIV/AIDS and malaria combined. But still, it has remained grossly underfunded and largely ignored. The crisis is lead poisoning. Every year, at least 1.5 million people die from lead exposure all around the world. And many more children are negatively impacted in their cognitive development. Despite this significant and devastating human cost, funding to mitigate lead risks and exposure nowhere near compares to the scale of the harm being done, especially to children. Every year, donors are investing, listen to this, just $15 million in lead phase-out initiatives and mitigation in low and middle-income countries. It's clearly we have to do better. We need more innovative finance mechanisms and increased cooperation between the public and private sectors to meet this challenge. The children all around the world deserve better, and it's affecting all of our futures. And so, in true CGI fashion, the members of our community formed a partnership to turn this idea for a solution to this problem into action. Today, USAID, UNICEF, and Open Philanthropy are announcing a CGI commitment to action that will put us on a path toward a future where all children can grow up free of lead exposure. I'm now glad to invite USAID Administrator Samantha Power, who has worked like crazy on this, to tell you a little more about this commitment and how they're going to achieve their ambitious goal. Samantha.
Thank you so much, and President Clinton, just the good that you have done in your life as president, before you were president at CGI. Just thank you so much. Thank you, truly. So I have been working for 3 decades in the international domain, seeking ways to improve and save lives. And honestly, never in my career have I seen such a compelling, low-cost opportunity to make such a massive impact on a major global killer. The scale of lead poisoning around the world is actually mind-boggling. Right now, in low and middle-income countries, half of children have elevated blood lead levels, lead that slows their brain development, harms their bodies, and can even kill them. Imagine 1 in 2 kids. The damage that lead is causing to children's brains is actually estimated to account for 20% of the education gap between high and low income countries. Every year, lead poisoning is estimated to cost the global economy $1 trillion, and it kills at least 1.5 million people, as you just heard. But none of this has to happen. This problem is solvable. Decades ago, we banned leaded gasoline, long the biggest source of lead exposure here in the United States, and then we worked with countries across the planet to phase out lead from gas, which continues to save over 1 million lives every year. Of course, in high-income countries, we didn't stop with gasoline. We worked to remove lead from consumer products and to clean up industrial operations that leach into the environment. But for those sources, we didn't replicate the playbook in other countries. So kids there simply continue to be poisoned. Well, it is time to change that. And partner countries abroad have started leading the way. Countries like Bangladesh and Malawi, for instance, have launched campaigns that eliminated lead from spices and paint for a total cost of just a few $1 million or less. In just the 8 months since we began a concerted push to galvanize awareness and support for this global issue, 6 countries have committed to banning lead in paint. They are showing us that stopping lead pollution at its source is both achievable and it is affordable. USAID, UNICEF, and Open Philanthropy are announcing a Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action to launch the Partnership for a Lead-Free Future, a global coalition to end childhood lead poisoning in developing countries once and for all. Up to now, as you heard, just $15 million a year in donor capital was supporting this effort. Well, today, on behalf of the partnership, I am delighted to commit $150 million to get the lead out. This is 10 times the previous annual funding levels. This is remarkable, but it is just the start. We need you all to help generate more resources and more awareness that gets governments and companies to act. So we hope you will join us and come together to help put an end to one of the great injustices of our time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Put it on the map, as always. Thank you.
The postcode, a simple set of numbers and letters with incredible power. The Postcode Lottery Group raises funds for initiatives that improve lives, from local charities to international organizations. By turning every home's postcode into a lottery ticket, neighbors can win prizes together and contribute to a healthier, fairer, and greener world. Last year, postcode lotteries in 5 European countries donated nearly $1 billion to good causes. At 2010's CGI, the Postcode Lottery committed with Greenpeace, the Marine Stewardship Council, and the World Wildlife Fund to protect ocean biodiversity and establish marine protected areas. These efforts place them among the top marine philanthropic funders. National Geographic's Pristine Seas groundbreaking program is helping create 27 of the largest marine protected areas in the world, protecting an area bigger than twice the size of India. Marine ecologist Enrique Sala, National Geographic Explorer in Residence, leads these efforts, essential for preserving our oceans for future generations.
Please welcome Sikwit van Aken, Enrique Sala, and President Bill Clinton.
So, as you know, the theme of this year's meeting is what's working. So I am really honored to be sharing the stage with Sikwit van Aken, the CEO of one of the most innovative funding organizations I have ever encountered. The Postcode Lottery Group runs private charity lotteries in 5 European countries, and on several occasions, I've had the opportunity to join them and see firsthand how remarkably their model has communities winning together and supporting effective charities at the same time. Year after year, the Postcode Lottery Group has also answered CGI's call to action. They've made commitments to save the oceans, to protect rhinos, to increase access to the carbon market for smallholder farmers, and much, much more, all to preserve our planet and to support its people. I am so grateful for their extraordinary partnership and enduring work. Now my friend Sikwit is going to pay special tribute to Enrique Sala and his extraordinary work protecting our oceans. Sikwit.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's really great to be back at CGI, connecting with so many inspiring people and initiatives. Postcode Lottery Group is one of the largest charity funders, and we know every player in our community lotteries helps change lives for the better. By turning zip codes, that's what we call postcodes, into lottery tickets for good, we are helping create a healthier, fairer, greener world, supporting social initiatives that protect nature, defend human rights, especially of women and girls, and support thousands of community projects all around the world. Now, you probably have noticed that I've not come empty-handed. So golden envelopes are something our postcode lottery winners and charity partners are very familiar with. And today, I brought this all the way over from Europe on behalf of our millions of players to celebrate and recognize the outstanding work of you, Enrique, and your team. So 10 years ago, exactly 10 years ago, President Clinton and Enrique Sala were on this stage with a commitment to help protect 2 million square kilometers of ocean in 5 years with the Pristine Seas program. Well, Enrique, your team made it a reality in only 2 years. And guess what? Since then, they've tripled their impact. Safeguarding the ocean through marine protected areas is the best way forward. And you, Enrique, are showing us how. We are delighted to present this award to the Pristine Seas project.
And the Oscar goes to? Wow. Thank you so much, Sigrid. Thank you so much, Sigrid. Mr. President, thank you so much. Everything we care about here is possible because of the ocean. The ocean is our life support system, but we are abusing it. We are taking fish out of the ocean faster than they can reproduce. 90% of the large fish are gone. And global warming is destroying coral reefs and other vital ecosystems along the livelihoods they support. But there is one solution that we've talked about that works. Marine protected areas where the ocean bounces back to life, helping to replenish the areas around so there is more fish to catch. And the more life is in the ocean, the more of our carbon emissions the ocean is able to capture and store. At National Geographic Pristine Seas, we've been working with communities and governments to create 28 of the largest marine protected areas in the world, covering an area twice the size of India or 2/3 the size of the United States. And the good news is that countries have agreed, the countries of the world agreed to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030. That's 30 by 30. Yet, today, only 8% of the ocean is protected. So we have a lot of work to do. But President Clinton says, and we heard it yesterday, that we need to believe in possibility. And I believe 30 by 30 is possible because some of the countries we have worked with have already protected 30% of their waters before 2030. I believe it's possible, but we need a lot of support. And this support from the Postcode Lottery Group is so important. You are investing in the future of the planet. And I also want to thank you, Mr. President, and CGI for making this special moment possible. So we continue committed to this vital target because if we save the ocean, we save the world. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome back Katie Couric.
Hi, everyone. Me again. Well, obviously, I hit the jackpot this morning because I am so thrilled to be talking to my two next guests as well. Please welcome to the stage Hamdi Ulukaya, CEO of Chobani, and Lorene Powell-Jobs, CEO of Emerson Collective. So I know that both of you have created and implemented new innovative models for approaching both for-profit and philanthropic ventures. But I want to start by having you, Hamdi, tell us a little bit about your story. How you started and grew Chobani is so inspiring and I think a testament to the American dream. I'm going to start you out by saying in 2005, you decided to buy an abandoned craft yogurt factory in upstate New York and create Chobani, my personal favorite yogurt. 5 years later, you had built a billion-dollar business. So can you share a very condensed version of how you made this happen, Hamdi?
Yeah, I was probably the only person in that little town with an accent. And walk into this place, I actually talked about it in a TED Talk. It reminded me a place where another business was abandoned in the eastern part of Turkey. So the business as usual. A company decides and just closes and no one comes to see it, and the factories is just the steam cuts off. And then you have factory workers, 55 of them at the time. When I visited, it was just working so hard to close it. Something, I don't know, there are a couple of realities. One is yogurt in this country at that time was really bad.
You describe it as like opening a can of paint.
Yeah, it was awful. It's like,
and you knew what was good yogurt, right?
Yeah, of course, coming from Turkey. You know, the part I didn't understand is when you lived in upstate New York, you go to a Price Chopper or any store, and you look at the yogurt options, and that along with any other food options, it's just full of a lot of bad stuff. I mean, you literally couldn't call it yogurt. It was candy. But then you come to New York and you go to some fancy store to shop, and they had some yogurts from Greece, some other places. What I couldn't understand is where you lived and what kind of income you had determined what kind of yogurt you eat. I mean, when it comes to yogurt, can the world be flat? Like, can everybody have,
Why can't everyone have good yogurt?
Yeah, exactly. So that at least we can do. Product was bad. I had no experience of any business. I did not study business.
But your parents were dairy farmers.
Dairy farmers, right. But I never done any business on a large scale other than making some cheese. I never knew anyone who had done business or gone through this kind of journey. I am coming from complete unaware of anything when it comes to business. The only thing I know is I could make yogurt, and maybe people will love it and people will buy it. I look at the world that we are facing today. You know, I'm on the SDG board, and they said only 17% of the goals are met on the SDG Sustainable Development Goals. We are so behind. Things cannot be worse than what it is in some dimension to another one. But I look at that little town, that little factory, that was the end of it. That was the end of that town. That was the end of that factory. That was the end of those people who were working there. And 5 years later, that day was the worst thing has happened, that factory was closed. 5 years later, one of the best things happened, that factory was closed. Because that factory was 5 to 10 times bigger, more productive, more product was coming out, the farmers were busy, the house prices were going up. So what I mean by that is, we will figure it out. If I figured it out, everyone can figure out anything. And if the human spirit can come together, we can figure out to come out of any trouble that we are facing. And you know, you learn along the way. I mean, there were a million times I would have died, bankrupt, or commit suicide, whatever that is. But we survived.
And you not only survived, but your company is an employee-first philosophy. And I even talked to some of the people who were giving me coffee this morning because you've entered the coffee and beer industry. You're expanding. And tell me a little bit about what it means to be an employee-first company and how that's manifested itself in your businesses.
I grew up in the northeast of Turkey. I'm Kurd. I'm a nomad. From the mountains, I hated the business. And I hated the people in business. I blamed them for everything that we were facing, trouble. And probably business would have been the last thing I would get involved. Upstate, when I worked in a farm, I had a different version of business in those little towns. That we were involved in communities. The people were different than I saw. And I realized that there is a side of business can be extremely powerful. You know, it could change lives. The part that I hated, I had one goal. I don't want to become a person I grew up hating. So how do I do that? Or how do I not follow the people who closed this factory? How do I do complete opposite of it? So you have walls from the community, you open those walls. The employees pay the first price when things are worse. How do you make them in front of it? And I started as a factory worker, so I worked in the factory for 7 years. I never left. So I said, anything that we do is the frontline factory workers has to be on the top and the front of it. And the second part is, if you're going to make any changes in the world, if you don't start with your own people, with your own community, there's something disconnection. Like, you know, I don't find that to be real journey. So you have to start from there. If anybody listens to me from my own company says, the guy is right or the guy is full of shit, it really depends on what you do actually every day in there. And that's just very easy but hard. It's easy because if you mean it every day, you practice it. It's hard because it's every day.
Lorene, you know, it sounds like...
If I may, what Hamdi's describing is a 21st century factory town. And so you know how we used to have these company towns across America where there was such a center of gravity with the community and the civic life and the cultural life and a shared employer. And so what you're talking about is recreating that type of community and accountability to each other that I think people feel is sorely missing in our country. So it's really beautiful to hear this story, Hamdi.
And bringing back sort of the whole notion of civic pride. And it sounds like Chobani, philosophically, Lorene, is very much up your alley, that Hamdi is the kind of leader you look to. And you invest in companies that serve the public good. But like Hamdi, it's done through a lens of what makes good business sense, right? So can you explain to everyone your investment strategy, Lorene, and how you decide where to put your dollars?
Sure. Several decades ago, if I had met Hamdi, I would like to think that we would have been smart enough to invest in him.
Don't we all?
Because what we look for are mission-based, values-based entrepreneurs who want to come together and do hard things and do important things. And we have found over the years that while we have a deep and highly rewarding philanthropic practice, we also find that using for-profit companies and entrepreneurs who want to create for-profit endeavors that are mission aligned can make the philanthropic work so much more powerful. It's like rocket fuel, because the way that business and capital markets work is that the more successful you are, the more capital you attract. In the philanthropic sector, that's not how it works. It has a different type of business model. Oftentimes, for nonprofit organizations, the more successful they become, some early funders will drop away, so it doesn't naturally attract funding. And so we really like to see how for-profit and nonprofit can work hand in glove. We do it in education. We have for-profit investing in really amazing curriculum companies and technology companies that allow for the back end to be smooth and operations to flow. And then obviously a lot of philanthropic work within education. We also do it environmentally, as we're looking philanthropically for a just transition for communities as we move off of fossil fuels. We also have met so many entrepreneurs coming out of universities, coming out of communities, who are problem solving on the ground for energy sources and new home building materials and new types of ways for agriculture to thrive. I don't know if you're interested in and fund regenerative agriculture, but we find that really fascinating and a big opportunity. And obviously new battery technology and recycling of clothing and batteries. So creative people are everywhere, and we like to follow them through whatever legal structure they find to be most complementary.
I know that so much of the work of the Emerson Collective focuses on long-term systemic change. And I'm curious, Lorene, how do you maintain momentum and commitment when it can take decades or longer to see actual progress in issues like climate change or immigration reform?
Well, there's successes all along that journey. And when there are long-term, really amazing generational philanthropies that are part of a whole movement to improve the social fabric of society, move things forward, and then pass the baton. I think for us, while we are part of that glorious fabric, I also find that kind of solving some problems along the way is highly gratifying. And so for example, in education, if we work with a nonprofit called College Track, and we're based in 13 communities around the United States, and we work with students who are first in their families to desire a college education, they often don't have the knowledge base within their families or their communities to take the right classes and get the right advice and be prepared economically and financially for college. And then we support them all the way through college completion. So we've been doing this work for 27 years. We now have close to 2,000 college graduates who are all first in their families, and then of that, over 100 have postgraduate degrees. So now we have doctors and lawyers and PhDs. And the ripple effects for each individual, who now number 5,000 a year, will be profound. But for me, to meet an individual who has reached her dream or his dream of college education and then a pathway to a new career, that is so rewarding all day long. That gives me so much energy. So yes, we haven't changed the system of public education to have it be the great equalizer and the great opportunity for social and economic mobility. Not yet, but one life changed is so powerful and so rewarding.
I wanted to spend the rest of our time talking a little bit about immigration. To say it's become a hot button issue is a massive understatement. And Hamdi, you launched something called the Tent Partnership for Refugees in 2016, which mobilizes the business community to support refugees around the world. Talk to us about the critical role business can play in addition to governments and NGOs to deal with the refugee and immigration crisis.
Yeah, I go back to, thank you for that. My journey with refugees really started in my Chobani journey. When we hired everybody back, I heard this town in Utica, where I used to live. There's a settlement place, maybe IRC or two other, I think it's an IRC place, the settling refugees, where State Department vetted, and then UNHCR through UNHCR, wherever in the world, they literally come and settle, and they have right to work. And then I realized that they have a hard time finding jobs. And we are hiring everybody. It was kind of community work, and I went to the refugee center. I said, what's the problem? Why? Simple things. They don't have driver license or cars. They don't speak the language, like you mentioned your daughter, teaching English to some of the refugees. It's important, but without that, it's hard. They don't have the training, the job is needed in the area. And the last one is, I don't know these people. Do I want to get them to my jobs? Unfamiliarity. We realized that there are 19 different nationalities, 16 different languages are spoken in that refugee center. I said, why don't we start something? Let's get buses, let's get translators, and let's get training at the work, and let them come in. And we end up having, 30% of our workforce become refugees and immigrants. And when the Yazidis got attacked, the Kurds, like me, I went to UNHCR, to Geneva. I said, how can I help? The first thing come to your mind is, I give money, I get tent, I get blankets, which is needed, needs to happen. There, while I was there, realized that involvement of business is very limited, if anything, only few. No businesses are involved. And yet, millions, and today is maybe 2 times, 3 times more, refugees are all over the world stuck. They're not back to work. They don't go back to where they come from. They are in the camps, they're in the cities, in the towns, like human potential completely stuck.
Yes.
And they have no place to go.
Right.
And I see what happened with the people who had job at Chobani. I saw some of them came as far as, it's like a miracle happening. They buy homes, their children go to schools, they stand on their feet. I don't want handout, I just want to have an opportunity to get back to life. Through job, I can get my dignity. Through job, I can provide to community and society. Through job, I can provide to my own family. And I said, what if I share my experience at Chobani for other companies? So it started in 2016. I have to tell you, this place, CGI, and I tell President Clinton and everybody, the board of Tent happened right from here. I connected with people here. I told my story first time in the stage here. And today, that idea is over 450 companies, multinational companies. We have organized all over the world, hundreds of thousands of people access to job. And what we aim is above and beyond the politics. Can we meet somewhere where the where we can meet in human dimension, but actual logic makes sense. Economic studies, marketing studies, social studies, everything says within 3 to 5 years, hiring refugees, good for the company, good for the community, good for the society, good for the country. And forget about what happens to the life of refugee. So I think the last part, which Lauren and her organization and a couple of other ones, that we do the work in Mexico, is how do we connect for the large scale refugees to companies who want to hire them. The last point I'd like to make is I went to Mexico. It's an amazing country. We made a study that 75% of the refugees passing through Mexico to the US border would love to stay in Mexico if they have an opportunity to have a job. There are over 2 million job openings in Mexico. Economy is blooming. And then guess what? 80% of the Mexican people will reward the companies who are hiring refugees. It's mind-blowing. And what's the problem? We never communicate, we never get together. Through our ambassador in Mexico City, we made a coalition of 60 companies coming together. FAMSA is being one of them, Walmart, and every one of them you can think of. And we had one of the largest business coalition come together and say, we're going to hire refugees, we are for refugees in Mexico, so we don't have this human suffering to happen.
Right. And by the way, the Mexican government wants Mexico to be a destination country, not only a transit country. And so in order to fill these close to 2 million open jobs, they have asked the business coalition and then some of civil society, some of philanthropy where we're falling in, but as a large public-private partnership to help solve this problem. They have adequate housing stocks, so we're helping to build out these multi-purpose centers that will allow for healthcare and assessment and job placement and housing placement to happen in southern Mexico, in Tapachulas and in Huixla. And we're also working with UNHCR in order to make sure that that care is given to the refugee population. But it makes so much sense for people who often have a shared language to stay in Mexico, to make their life in Mexico a place that actually is looking to welcome them. And then it'll release some of the pressure on our southern border as well.
I want to ask you all, I hate to end on kind of a negative note, but we have seen so much disturbingly xenophobic and racist discourse emerge surrounding immigrants, most notably, most recently, the false allegations and misinformation about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. Can you share your thoughts on how immigration has been weaponized and used to stir up hate in this country, and how we can change the conversation?
Yes. I think when we zoom out and we remind ourselves how our country was founded, the ideals that were founded on, right here in the Hudson River, the Statue of Liberty, welcoming all who are coming, who have need, who want to create a life here. We all know that is in our DNA as the United States of America. Something that President Reagan said, you know, if you're born in France, you're French. If you're born in Germany, you're German. But if you're born anywhere and you decide to come to the United States, you're American. And we have to remind ourselves that this is all of our journey. I know it's been historically over the last several hundred years, often when we have an influx of immigrants, there's a tendency to close the door and to demonize before we metabolize the newcomers and have a welcoming attitude. But there are organizations like Welcoming America that are working across the United States with communities, with families who actually wish to be welcoming to new arrivals. I think that the hateful rhetoric does not represent the vast majority of Americans, and it doesn't represent who we are and understand the lifeblood of America that is fueled by immigrants and immigrant energy.
And Do you think we can find, Hamdi, the political will to come up with some of these very logical solutions, given the fact that immigrants are now such a potent political weapon in this country?
And not only in this country, it's almost, you see it almost everywhere.
True.
The reality is, whether climate, conflict, economic, throughout the history, people move, and it seems like post-pandemic, it came to a different dimension. And if we don't collectively put our mind together, we get together, and we will never find a common solution for humanity. And without this solution, we're not going anywhere. This is the important migration, refugees, the move. There's a lot of catastrophic human tragedies is happening along the way. And what I find is the political will goes up and down, depends on. And this is highly politicized, unfortunately, and it goes into and sometimes the angle that hurts their brothers, their sisters, their kids. It hurts. It hurts if you're in a refugee camp. It hurts if you're in a town. And like Lauren said, so many millions, they know they're just like us. They're all, no one will put their family in a small boat in a nighttime to a 2 mile sea, knowing that the boat before didn't make it. I have children. We all have. Imagine putting your own children into that journey. I've been to a lot of borders. This is desperation.
Yes.
And what we can do as business community, we can have lasting solution to this. Win, 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 win. And we have to tell stories, and the storytellers, and we have to come to a place like this, the CGI, and tell stories, inspire each other, and share successes where we find, so we don't waste time, and collaborate with each other. It doesn't matter who gets the credit. And every time a refugee gets a job, the world is a better place.
Well, Hamdi and Lorene, what a privilege, honestly. Thank you both so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Hamdi.
Please welcome Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, thank you. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the world's first satellite, marking humanity's first stride into the vast expanse of space. And then in 1961, we witnessed a monumental achievement as Yuri Gagarin became the first human to journey into space, a feat that captured the imagination of people around the globe. And of course, we cannot forget 1969, when American astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin made history with the first successful human landing on the moon, a triumph that showcased the boundless potential of human invention and spirit. Over the course of our history, humankind has dared to exceed the limitations of possibility. We've dreamed the inconceivable. We've built the unimaginable. And as a result, we live in a time where accessibility to everything, everywhere, all at once, rests in the palm of our hands. Yet, while we celebrate global achievements and their impact, there is still critical work to do. And so, I stand before you today to speak about the pervasive threat that our online world poses to us, especially our children, if we allow the status quo to remain. In an age where our lives are intertwined with technology, we cannot afford to only see the online world as a space for profitability, competition, and rapid growth. Instead, we must come together to ensure the digital space is one that fosters well-being, connection, and hope. Young people today are disproportionately affected by negative experiences online and mental health issues stemming from their digital interactions. They know it, The statistics prove it. They're navigating an environment that is often hostile and overwhelming. Reports of anxiety, depression, and social isolation linked to these platforms have surged in recent years, creating a crisis that cannot be ignored. These challenges are compounded by the relentless spread of unreliable and unfounded information, leaving many feeling isolated, confused, and scared. These are not distant problems. They're epidemics currently testing our resolve, and they cannot be ignored. My lock screen is a picture of my kids. What's yours? These children and thousands more meant the world to their families. The beautiful faces you see before you, their smiles, their dreams, all lost. All too soon, and all because of social media. It's why we launched the Parents Network, a global community that provides crucial support to parents whose children have suffered from the harmful effects of social media. And it is because of them that we at the Archwell Foundation are committed to this issue. Through trauma-informed practices, our network helps parents come together to forge strong bonds, offering healing support through community. This safe and free-to-access peer support not only offers invaluable resources and advice, it is guided by a licensed facilitator, ensuring that no one has to navigate this journey alone. Our platform provides opportunity for parents to turn their pain into purpose, ultimately changing the very system that stole their child. As the digital landscape has evolved, we've seen rising polarization, social unrest, and a disconnect that often manifests itself in violence and fear. Personal social connections have fallen secondary to alternative digital realities. These platforms are designed to create addiction. Young people are kept there by mindless, endless, numbing scrolling, being force-fed content that no child should ever be exposed to. It's not free will. I, like many of you, did not grow up with a phone. Young people today possess an incredible understanding of technology that older generations may struggle to grasp. They are digital natives, adept at navigating online spaces and spotting harmful trends. Their artistry and fresh perspectives allow them to envision solutions that we might overlook. They are also part of a collective who use their voice to speak up when something is wrong. Deep commitments to social justice and inclusivity drive them to advocate for a future that we can be proud of. So we must empower them. We must listen to their experiences, understand their perspectives, and provide them with the resources that they need to navigate and shape the digital world, something that we keep at the core of our work. We must raise them to know that IQ without EQ will always fall short. We must provide them with spaces to innovate and advocate for solutions that prioritize safety, respect, and empathy. And while we embolden both youth and parents to be in the conversation, we must also hold those in power accountable. The first ever global ministerial meeting focused on ending violence to children will take place in Colombia this November. And it is where, for the first time, there can be global agreement on prioritizing child safety and protection online. Our laws and regulations are different state to state, country to country. We may have different backgrounds, viewpoints, beliefs, and even access to the internet itself. But the one thing that we can universally agree on is the safety of our children. So why do the leaders of these insanely powerful social media companies still refuse to change? Why are we holding them to the lowest ethical standards? In any other circumstance, a business would commit all resources to fixing the bug. Instead of providing parents with more tips and tricks for navigating hostile environments, shareholders need to demand change. Some say kids will be kids, and, well, that may well be true. Kids may get into trouble. I know a thing or two about that. But our kids are being targeted. The harmful effects of social media are made by design. While we embolden both youth and parents, we must also hold digital platforms accountable. Surely, none of us want to live in a world where there is no consequence or accountability. Parenting doesn't end at birth of a child. Neither does founding a company. Whether parent or CEO, we have a duty and a responsibility to see our creations through. If corporations unabashedly lack responsibility, it doesn't mean we should do the same. Their platforms may be under our fingertips, but we have the fate of the future, their future, in our hands. When many in our world today seem to conflate opinion as fact and fact as opinion, we have to work hard to seek and reveal truth. For as long as we're debating over lies, we will forever be divided. And when so much of our future is uncertain, we need to meet global insecurity with compassion rather than hate. Inclusivity and equity are not optional. They are the bedrock upon which we must build our communication and community. And fear, orchestrated at the highest levels, needs to be seen for what it is, a tactic to mask indifference and a failure to seek real solutions. As a growing movement, the Parents Network is committed to this journey. We need platforms that mirror our highest values, designed with safety in mind. But in the meantime, we can't wait. Our kids can't wait. We need to create programs that teach digital literacy, emotional intelligence, and critical thinking. We need to equip our youth with the skills they need to identify and combat online threats. We need a better digital future, one that we all deserve. We were promised a human experience. Instead, we've been a human experiment. This is an invitation to each and every one of you to open your eyes, ears, and hearts to these realities and to channel our power, resources, and intelligence toward meaningful action. All we have today, in this moment, stems from the defiance of boundaries we once thought existed. We've split the atom. We've walked on the moon. We are more than equipped to tackle this. The future of our world and our youth depend on it. We all just need to want it enough. And I know that I do. Thank you.
Please welcome Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Emma Walmsley, and Dr. Chelsea Clinton.
Goodness, thank you so much. I'm really excited for this conversation with two people I deeply admire and I think are perfectly positioned to help us kind of think through the theme of our morning, everything, everywhere, all at once. Because certainly I think that adage is true most of all when it comes to health. And as we have seen throughout human history, and certainly over the last few years, when our health is at risk or imperiled, everything is at risk. And Emma, I know from kind of a GSK perspective, you understand that kind of interconnectivity isn't only rhetoric, but reality. And so I wonder if you could just share kind of how you think about kind of this charge to try to be everywhere all at once, while also, of course, having to focus some of your energy, efforts, and research on what you think are the most pressing challenges and where you can make a difference.
Sure. Well, thanks, Chelsea. I mean, it's absolutely true that we are facing into a very high-pressure, multi-stakeholder set of huge demographic, societal, economic, political shifts, all happening at a record scale and pace. And that affects every industry, but exactly as you say, it feels especially acute in healthcare. People are living longer. The over 60s already outnumber the under 5s, but often in many places in worse health. We've got this surge in comorbidities, whether it's obesity on the rise. We've got more than 50 million people worldwide living with dementia. 1 in 5 of us will develop cancer. And specifically, the burden and threat of infectious diseases, especially for the most vulnerable, is unacceptably high. Healthcare systems are under unbelievable and unsustainable pressure, and half the world's population simply does not have access to the healthcare that it needs. And yet, the economic and societal health of nations depends on the health of their populations. And people, simply put, are counting on companies like mine and our industry to deliver medicines and vaccines they need and can rely on. So at GSK, we really want to contribute to this at serious scale. Our goal is to reach 2.5 billion people by the end of the decade, and we focus on 3 simple things to try and navigate through it. The first one, and it's really the core of our job, is innovation. There are extraordinary leaps forward in science and technology that mean, for example, HIV used to be a terrible diagnosis, can now be a manageable condition, or actually prevented completely with just a handful of injections a year. And we're also beginning to be able to develop vaccines against pathogens that were once thought impossible, like malaria. And I have to acknowledge immediately how grateful we are to Tedros and the WHO, not only for their partnership, but for their pushing to help us roll out that vaccine to young children in sub-Saharan Africa. We're also working on 13 of the pathogens that you've prioritized at the WHO, and we're very ambitious for a new TB vaccine, which we're partnered on with both the Gates Foundation and the Wellcome Trust. But secondly, it's about access, because there is no point in having innovation if it doesn't reach the people that need it. And that starts with responsible, sustainable approach to pricing, like our tiered vaccine pricing, or that we open up our IP, actually, to the medicines patent pool so that around 90% of people living with HIV who are on treatment in lower income countries are actually on a regimen based on one of our antiretrovirals. And then our third and last priority, to get ahead of disease, literally, is about focusing on preventing it. Prevention. We have to partner with policymakers and health systems to prioritize prevention and earlier intervention to actually keep people well, supporting healthier lives in the community through access to vaccinations, screenings, and timely treatment, and getting also ahead of systemic threats like AMR, or indeed the next pandemic. So innovation, access, prevention, all in partnership is how we work hard to try and get ahead of disease together.
I think Dr. Tedros may have the hardest job in the world because the world expects him to help keep us healthy and to help us regain our health if we fall ill. And so I wonder, Dr. Tedros, if you can just reflect on, in the myriad of challenges facing us now, from mpox to COVID to age-old scourges that Emma mentioned, including malaria and tuberculosis, as well as kind of rising threats to our mental health and well-being that we just heard Prince Harry discuss as an urgent call to action, particularly when it comes to our children here on the stage. Given the improbably high expectations of you and WHO and the myriad of challenges that seem to multiply daily, how do you think about prioritization and pushing forward so that you're always proving progress is possible?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to join. And most of what I was hoping to say, I think Emma had said it, especially on the challenges he said. So without repeating, I will maybe add a couple of challenges the world is facing. Number one now is the conflict that we see in many parts of the world. It's becoming very difficult to deliver services in conflict areas. I just came from visiting Sudan and Chad, and the situation in Sudan is very, very tragic. More than 12 million people have been displaced, and half of the population, which is 25 million, needs aid. More than 80% of the health infrastructure in the conflict areas is destroyed. And I met mothers in the IDP camps and inside Sudan, and also the refugee camps in Chad. I visited Adre, which is the border town between Chad and Sudan. And what they tell you is so, so harrowing. Their houses were burned, their crops were destroyed, their animals were stolen. And they came to Chad with nothing. And as I said earlier, so the trend now, the serious challenge is delivering service in conflict areas. And the same is true with Gaza, as you know. More than 41,000 deaths now, 2/3 of them women and children. That should have been enough to end the war. But it's really ongoing. As you have heard, we had a very successful immunization for polio in Gaza. But imagine children are saved from polio today, but if they are dying tomorrow because of the conflict, so you say, what's the point? And then Ukraine, the same thing. You know, it's women and children who are the most affected. But in all scenarios, the best medicine is peace. And all the conflicts could be addressed through political solutions. I'm a child of war. I know the smell of war. I know the image of war. And I know the sound of war. In war, except destruction, you get nothing. And when I was a child, my mother used to pray for me to survive one day at a time. And I know how mothers were impacted then, and I know how children were impacted, me one of them. Of course, becoming a director general from a survivor, just praying for one day is a miracle. Miracles happen. But that's why I always oppose war and violence, because there is no solution through violence and war. So that's one challenge which is trending now, and globally, as you know, almost everybody is worried. And I think we need peace. And as I said, it's the best medicine. And then the second, in addition to the other things you said on NCDs, mental health, infectious diseases, and so on, is climate change. The climate crisis is a health crisis. And it's affecting us seriously. And it's visible, palpable. Malaria, dengue, and other infectious diseases, cholera, are now on the increase due to climate change. Non-communicable diseases due to heat waves, cardiovascular disease is also on the increase. And mitigation, adaptation with a sense of urgency will be important, because when we talk about climate crisis, it's about now. And as you know, with fossil fuels, we know oil, natural gas, coal contribute more than 80% of the pollution, actually. And we know where to focus. The only thing that's missing is the political commitment to really implement. So these are the two issues, maybe the major challenges I would like to say. But if there is a will, there is a way, and we have known tools. I don't want to go into details on what should be done, but I think that the key is the political commitment will be important to mobilize all the solutions we need.
You know, another area where we need political commitment, Emma, is I know one that you at GSK have really focused on, which is antimicrobial resistance.
Yeah.
You know, which you referred to earlier as AMR, and I knew what you were talking about, but I don't know if everyone in the audience knew what you were talking about. And we know that that too, as we were just discussing backstage, is not disconnected from conflict or climate change. So I wonder if you can share a little bit about kind of the threat that AMR poses, why you're so worried about it, but also what you're doing about it.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I deeply agree with Tedros. The science is so clear that the link between our planet's health and people's health is incontrovertible, and 3 of the top causes of death worldwide are in some way related to lung disease. So this is an urgent health issue as well as the infectious diseases. But you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the main reasons I'm in New York this week is for the UN high-level meeting, which is all about antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. And the reality is that if we don't do something about this, wake up, and make some changes, that 40 million people are going to lose their lives to AMR, to antibiotic-resistant infections by 2050. That's around 1 death every 3 minutes, and I think will take 2 years off global life expectancy. And you know, thinking about your theme here today, AMR really is everything, everywhere, all at once. It touches on so many of the challenges that we're all facing. It is a crisis of health equity, first. Sub-Saharan Africa sees some of the highest death rates due to AMR. And there are lots of factors at play here, including access to high-quality, effective antibiotics. It is absolutely a crisis of climate and nature loss, with warming temperatures and more flooding, meaning bacterial infection rates are on the rise. And it is a crisis of conflict, because tragically, war zones create ideal breeding grounds for resistant infections. And I read some just tragic research recently about what's going on in Ukrainian hospitals at the moment. So, you know, I think AMR needs to keep all of us up at night. Access to modern medicine is at stake, from the most minor injuries to complex cancer treatments to, you know, childbirth again, is all going to become riskier because that medical backstop is under serious threat. So what do we do about it? Well, I think from our point of view, and this is absolutely a question of partnership, because nobody can take this on alone, and it's going to be a question of policy too. The first thing is we really want to go for smarter access, and by that, to antibiotics. By that I mean unblocking access in a way that is informed by stronger surveillance of these bugs, diagnostics, and data. That's why we've just joined with civil society and governments to fund GARD-P, which is building a more robust and data-driven approach to access to high-quality, effective antibiotics. It's also about stewardship, from responsible manufacturing of antimicrobials to education to appropriate prescribing and usage compliance. All of those things are crucial to smarter access. And we need better innovation, a pipeline of new antibiotics sooner. We at GSK have about 30 AMR-relevant projects, 13 of them targeting the most critical pathogens from the WHO. But the industry level and pace of innovation for AMR has actually halved in the last decade. So what I'm hoping from this week is we're going to see some collective action from governments to stimulate discovery and development of the new and different antimicrobials that we so desperately need, which again needs to be built on a foundation of prevention and more partnership. We've got to stop the infections happening in the first place. That's better control, access to sanitation, more vaccines. And we've got to work together in new ways to counter resistance. So we invested £45 million this year in the Fleming Initiative with the Imperial College in London, which is all about trying to find and test out new AMR solutions. So it is a real, present danger that's going to become a much, much more serious problem. But there are reasons for optimism, and that's why it's on the agenda this week, and there is absolutely no time to lose.
Well, there are certainly reasons for optimism, partly because of kind of the leadership from WHO and GSK, although I am still stumbling over what you shared a minute ago about kind of the level of research around AMR that has dropped so precipitously.
Yeah.
And so hopefully kind of the focused attention, kind of a new set of incentives and also public pressure collectively will kind of drive more research from academia and industry alike. Dr. Tedros, I want to kind of pick up on Emma's theme of partnership. We here at CGI and the Clinton Health Access Initiative have been so grateful to be in partnership with WHO in many ways over now decades. And so I know kind of how kind of innovative you are at even thinking about kind of what partnership can effectuate and sustain. I wonder if you can share a couple of examples, recent or not, of partnerships related to climate change and health or kind of any other area that you want to share.
Yeah. No, thank you. I will come to the partnership issue later, maybe a comment on AMR. One of the major challenges is AMR, and we even call it a silent, antimicrobial resistance is a silent pandemic. And as you know, we will have the high-level meeting of the UN after tomorrow, that's on Thursday. And countries are now agreeing on a political declaration on governance, on financing, on use of antibiotics in animals, in humans, in agriculture. And there are very good commitments already outlined. I think what's important now, though, is we have this cycle of commit and forget. So I hope this commitment will be implemented, and we will not repeat the cycle of commit and forget. Then to partnership, maybe two examples with the private sector and also with a foundation or initiative like the CHAI. When I was Minister of Health in Ethiopia, President Clinton visited us. And he asked me, what are your priorities? In what areas would you like us to help you? Then I said, can you help me in hospital reform, whether it's the secondary or the primary hospitals? Because most of the donor money actually goes to very sexy, disease-specific support, while health service reform doesn't get the attention it deserves. And he said, of course, we are here to support you. We will support you based on your priorities, and that's why we're here. If you don't want us, we go, but if you want, if this is your wish, we will support you. And then we started the hospital reform. CHAI, the Clinton Foundation, brought Yale University, and then the partnership grew, and many other partners joined, and we did the reform, and the reform resulted in a well-governed, led by a CEO health system that improved the quality of services in hospitals, that minimized the death in hospitals with better processes. And that's one area where I can say a very successful partnership. It really was a significant one. But one thing that impressed me, and which is very important here, is normally when we come as donors to countries, we try to prescribe instead of asking the countries, what do you want? Because countries know the problem, they know the root cause of the problem, they know the solutions, so it's very important to support them based on their priorities. And that's why that project was a success. And not only President Clinton, but other members of the team were saying exactly the same. We support you based on your priorities. And the other partnership is with Emma, with GSK. After the malaria vaccine was proven to be effective, but there were some challenges, financial and so on. This is in 2019, and before we moved into the piloting, there were signals that GSK may drop out. And I called Emma and said, no, this is very important. I had to nudge her.
It was very effective.
Strong. Then she said, okay, this is the malaria vaccine called RTSS. And then we agreed, but she was really committed, so it didn't take much to really agree on going forward. And now we have one vaccine, RTSS, and I did my studies, my master's and PhD on malaria. So for me, it was personal, actually. And that partnership is one of the very successful, and children in Africa are being saved because of the RTSS vaccine. So this is partnership between WHO, a global institution, and pharma industry. And by the way, Gates Foundation and many other partners, Gavi, Global Fund, and others. And the CHAI partnership, it's country level, based on country priorities, and making a difference in reducing deaths, especially in hospitals, and improving the quality of care. And we have Joe here, the patient safety champion, and that was part of the package of the reform, the reform that made a difference. So partnerships work, but partnerships should be focused on a goal and based on putting the countries in the driver's seat, especially at country level. Thank you.
Well, partnerships work also when we have extraordinary leaders like the two of you. So really, thank you both so much for being here. Good luck in hopefully tackling all the partnerships that are needed to help us finally kind of put AMR in the rearview mirror. We're incredibly grateful to both of you. So please join me in giving our panelists a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.